Be live in a second, okay, guys? I will just open the afternoon session and hand it over to Susanna. I believe we are live. An afternoon session and hand it over to Susanna. Be live in a second, okay, guys? Live. An afternoon session and hand it over to Susanna. How many times have I multiplied myself? Live. Oh my
You are going into multiple universes.
Okay, where am I? Where am I?
You are going into multiple universes.
I don't know. What is this multiple universe?
You are going into multiple universes.
I don't know. What is this multiple universe? Okay, I've closed all my window, guys.
Okay.
You know, when technology goes erratic, we look stupid. We just give it to it. We give it this power. So it's great when we talk about AI ethics and, you know, how AI is being built and governed today, because that's our starting point. We just assume that AI is right. And
Right.
AI is, and the people who are building AI are right. And whatever is given to us is perfect. And that's our starting point. So I'm happy to make myself the brunt of the joke to get started to set this panel. Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining us again. This is our afternoon session. I'm Sudha Jamte, and this is IoT Women, my 24-hour live stream. We've been doing this since morning as a 4-hour stream that many of you were here, and some of you are going to come back. This is our afternoon segment. And we are starting with the AI ethics panel. I'm just going to take a moment to set the stage on what it is in the afternoon, and then I will let you go and listen in. I'll hand over control to Susanna Raj. So we had a bunch of sessions that turned out to be a separate 4-hour LinkedIn stream. So if you want to go watch that, you're welcome. And for those of you who are here on LinkedIn, I'm going to field questions. We are here right after lunch at the AI ethics panel, and I'm going to pass it to Susanna Raj, and then Alejandra Infantis will be back with the women, Latin women in AI governance panel. It's totally different from this AI ethics panel to the governance panel. So I want you to kind of tune in. And then we have a data segment, and then we have an Africa segment, and then Roxy will be back, and we'll have some fun conversation. So that is our plan for the afternoon, and we're going to stick to the time in terms of the actual committed time, so that if you're going off to bed after listening a segment, or you're coming in from work, we appreciate it, and we'll try and keep time on that. So with that, let me pass it on to Susanna Raj. And I did mention earlier about Susanna Raj, and when we talked about soft-spoken women. And so don't believe anything of what she's going to tell you in the first 2 minutes, because she is anything but a soft-spoken woman. She's an AI ethicist, and she's running this AI ethics panel. So take it away, Susanna. I don't even want to, attempt to do an introduction to you.
Use the fire. Yeah. Thank you so much. Let me share my screen just so that we have let me do that. Okay, so this is our panel. Welcome, everyone. And I wanted to, any panel that I host or that I moderate, I make it a learning experience for myself. So I'm a very selfish person, I bring on all these experts. It's like free education for me. So all of the questions today are questions that I wanted to learn. Instead of asking ChatGPT, I like to ask real humans who are working on these problems. And the panelists that you're going to meet today are the leading experts and some of the most brilliant and smartest women that I have come to meet in my life. And I'm so glad that they are going to share their insight with you today. And let me tell you a little bit about myself. I am the founder and CEO of AI for Nomads. It is a mobile web-based data labeling service platform for AI training. But that's not what it is. That's just the bait. That's just the hook. Our main goal for establishing this foundation, this company, is to help the impoverished, the marginalized community, which is 60% of the global south, 60% of the entire global community are informal workforces who are, pretty much forgotten by the other 40% who are here. And that's what I would like to do. I would like to empower them to come and survive in the coming fourth industrial revolution, but by making them upskilled and trained in AI, and also giving them a job that is going to sustain them in the long term. So I'm also a co-founder along with Sudha Jamte of Global South in AI, which is trying to make language AI inclusive for all the Global South countries. And that's just a little bit about me. And let's meet our esteemed panelists. I will start off with Usha Jagannathan. Whatever is written here is nothing compared to her brilliance. She has over 20 years of experience, building AI ethical knowledge within companies. So her ability to actually make the whole movement, AI ethics movement into practice is what she's going to share with us today. She is currently leading the triple IEE standards for AI products there, and she's also mentored over 1,000 students in STEM, and she's a recognized leader. She's the Responsible AI Leader Award that she won for women in AI. And she's also been featured in many magazines and received many accolades. But she's quite brilliant. She's very humble, but so you should really ignore anything that she says about herself because she's really going to wow you with her knowledge. And Camille Eddy, whom I had the pleasure of meeting through the Women in AI network, is a genius when it comes to robotics, to patents, to anything related to the whole, data product development sector. She has such an ability to condense information, crystallize it, and give it to the public that I have never seen another person do it the way that she has done. And of course, this is the bio that she gave us. So that's what you see here. But this is so short compared to the fact that she opened for our President Obama. So she is like nothing, nothing short of a miracle, nothing short of a celebrity that we have here among us. I will let her talk about herself when we come to the segment. And Claudia Ramley is somebody whom I met very, very recently, like about 3 weeks ago. I was super, super impressed with the fact that she is somebody who comes from the cognitive science background, which is the same background as mine. She is a learning expert, like human learning expert and a human learning scientist. And that means she understands how humans learn, which is a critical component of how machines learn and machines unlearn and all of those things. And she's going to wow you with her knowledge. And especially given this topic, she's going to share a little bit about how the AI ethics movement is going when it comes to learning sciences and how we are doing within that sector. And Denise Sheklakia, I'm sorry for butchering your name, and I think we have not been able to connect you here for some reason. But she is somebody who is in the legal sector, specializing in AI ethics, and a fellow at For Humanity, which is a very brilliant organization. If you haven't heard about it, you guys should look it up. And they are really making the AI ethics practice, come into actual practice, frameworks come into actual practice and standards within companies. So she's leading that. And we are sorry that we couldn't connect you here. So I will just quickly run through the 3 questions that I have, 3 or 4 questions. But I will stop sharing after that so that I can ask each one. This is the question number 1, which is something that I wanted to ask and learn for myself because I have been, studying the history of AI and also studying the history of AI ethics. And I have come to find out that AI ethics is actually older than AI, which is really come as a shock to me that, it's an older discipline. And yet here we are in the generative AI boom and all the destruction that it had on, privacy, data privacy, writers' privacy, artist privacy, and also surveillance and everything that it has just like went on a rampage, and we are now saying, oh, we need to catch up. The regulations have to catch up. The ethics have to catch up. And I'm like, what's this? We are older than this. If you are 10 years older, you are an elder to this was junior here, and you cannot be playing catch up. So that's my perception. So I want all the panelists to answer that. My second question is going to be on the healthcare industry, the finance sector, the legal sector. We had a legal expert here, so I was hoping she would shine some light on that, but she's not here now. All of them have managed to nail down ethics into practice, into enforceable practice, but the field of AI ethics, we haven't been able to do that. That's not just a perception only of mine, but it's also the truth that we haven't been able to do it. So I want to understand what is the roadblock there. And this question I designed especially for our learning scientists, which is human learning versus machine learning. Where do you see human learning pivoting given all these AI movements? So I was hoping that she will share some light, and all of you can, share your expertise on that. And this fourth question is for all of you here. If AI is going to make the mundane less tedious, what will humanity do? What will humanity become? For that, we need to first define who we are. Have we defined that? Do we know that? And will we still retain that 20, 30 years from now? So those are my questions. I will stop screen sharing now, and I will ask the first question to the panelists. You know that I told you that as after researching it, I have found that AI ethics, machine ethics, it was called, or AI system ethics, it was called at one time, or artificial intelligent agent ethics. All of these terms were actually before the word AI was coined. That was coined in 1956. This was before that. So AI ethics as a field existed before AI came into the scene. But we are still scrambling. I feel like we are like trying to catch up to what AI is doing in all the sectors. And I would like all of our esteemed panelists to take a jab at this, starting with Usha.
Thank you, Susanna. Thank you for hosting this along with Sudha Jante and Roxy. Thank you so much for inviting us. Um, see, AI ethics is indeed older, but if you see its a practical application, I would say, in the context of where we are today with the ever evolving AI landscape, it's more reactive than proactive, I would say. It is a continuous journey, because it's a like how we say, it's more you enjoy the journey rather the destination, they say. Ethics I would say, like, we one of the audience in a previous conference asked me, you all work on responsible AI so much today, but I still feel that it is more of theoretical. Is it being used in practice? So
Mhm.
why I am pinning that to this question is like, yes, ethics would be considered as it's older than the AI that has evolved, but what we should see is like it is evolved at an unprecedented pace today, because of how we are matching with all these innovations that's happening since that November 2022, when this Gen AI chat GPT all came out. So we need to look at the same time, we are putting that into practice. It might look like we are doing a lot about, the propaganda of like responsible AI, how to build products responsibly. But I'm, as we were having this discussion like one on one, you and I, earlier. It's we are seeing organizations or spread across, they are becoming much more risk averse, and
Mhm.
they are trying to see how they can be able to create that fairness, implement that governance practices, and implement that fiat framework where that fairness, accountability, explainability, transparency all needs to come into play. But we need to keep thinking about, are we taking into consideration the that biased decision making, where it's like we cannot completely eradicate bias, but are we minimizing the bias to the maximum extent? Or are we taking into control that the PAI information is masked when we are talking about privacy, and how secure the all the applications are going to be, because at the end of the day we are rolling it out, all these AI solutions, to a customer facing or to an end user who could be internal stakeholder. But still we need to make sure that it shouldn't be more reactive but than proactive. We shouldn't have that reaction of where we say like, okay, let it get it done. If there is some issue, we will fix it. But we need to have that thought process right from the design and development, not at the post hoc where we are thinking, oh, we have not applied ethics, because there is so much liability also that goes with that. I will pause here because I'm allowed to hear other people's conversation here.
Yes, please go ahead.
I'd love to pitch in. Actually, Susanna, thank you for the numbers. I never made the math, and it is very surprising. And so that's also just put another thing that I realized, that for UNESCO, the first ever global standard on AI ethics happened in November 2021. The recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence, and that's not a long time ago. So that really, I was like, okay, I'm putting this two together, and I think you know they're widening gaps. They're not decreasing. I know how close your work, how close it is to your heart, your work on the global South and AI, and we're seeing the risks that there's even more existing inequalities for marginalized groups are just widening and widening even more, so that there's now just a huge valley. So I think this may partially answer your question, is that we are really, I feel we're building the plane while we're flying it. And, because I'm putting on my learning scientist hat today, we are learning about this. We're learning the consequences, and we're trying to keep up with something which is really super fast paced. We're trying to figure out, how can we collaborate with the private sector? How can we engage academia? How can we have civil society also part of it? So there are so many complexities. So I think from a learning perspective, this is becoming wide. So maybe we need AI to help us fix this.
What do you think, Camille?
Yeah, no, I'm really happy to be here, and really happy to continue with this discussion as well. One of the things I think about when I first learned about artificial intelligence, I was thinking about robots. That was what pulled me into like that kind of field. And I knew that it was being used, but I didn't really know how it was being used. And I couldn't really tap into that. And so that just pulled me in. And then as you start getting deeper in, you start seeing that it's not a magic, wand. It can't fix everything. And so for me, that's when I started saying, okay, so what are the issues? And that was really hard to define. Some people were like, oh, it's the labeling, oh, it's this, oh, it's that. And so pinpointing the idea of data being like a central point to like understanding bias and understanding outcomes with AI, that took a second, right? It took a second for not just the developers, but for the end users and the consumers to be like, oh, I need to start thinking about more specifically, what data am I putting into ChatGPT? How does that affect what's coming out of it? And I feel like when we're playing that type of catch up ourselves, then it can kind of seem like some of these transparency tools, these filters, and these networks are on the bottom of the list, right? We have all of these priorities of things we want to get to and things we want to do. And right there at the end is, oh, let's make sure we're not building a black box so that we don't understand what we're getting out of it. I remember sitting across, this was a while ago, maybe 2018, 2017. I was sitting across from someone that said he worked for Facebook and said he was working on ads, and described literally their AI system for ads as a black box. They didn't know what they were getting out of it. I thought that was interesting. I was like, even some of the people that are working in the height of this really special, amazing space, they also see that. And so thinking about it from a point of view now of all these consumers, millions and millions of consumers, putting in use cases that we have never thought of, and then getting out outcomes, that really does raise our attention, and our antennas to what should we be doing that we didn't do 10 years ago or 70 years ago? How can we fix that?
Yeah. So it's just interesting that, we are building the plane as we are flying it. I heard that before, that, we have not anticipated or imagined the impact that AI will have, this much, development, this fast, this, progressive nature of it. But my question is that, yes, AI is considered a baby. It's 65 to 75 years old. compared to the legal sector, the finance sector, or the healthcare sector, which is 2000, 3000 years old. And they had enough time to actually implement an ethical framework and bring it into practice. But I mean, we cannot wait another 1000 years to do this. The way AI is now permeating even those sectors, it's now already in the healthcare sector, it's already in the finance sector and legal sector. It started, disrupting those industries in a way, some are welcoming, some are not welcoming, some are not, good additions to it. But how do we do it? Like, let's give us a timeline. Let's, give us a short, 10 minutes, sorry, 10 years or 5 years down the road. Can we implement it in the same way that others have? What will it take? What kind of a movement does the AI ethics movement have to shift shape into to do that, actually, instead of just for the last 5 years, I have been talking, talking, talking. That's what I have been doing, and I have been publishing little research, doing this, doing that. All that doesn't help. And I know there are, like, the EAUA Act and all of those acts are coming in, and we have an advisory council in our own country. So all of those things are good, but are these enough to bring us to where we need to be? What do you guys think? Anyone can go.
Whoever would like to go ahead, yeah, please. Yeah.
Okay,
Then
yeah,
I
no
can.
worries.
Yeah, go ahead, Kamil. Yeah, and then I can go. Yeah.
Yeah, no, happy to just kick it off by saying, I think it'll be really radical. I don't know that I have seen any one concerted effort that will bring it to bear, like, the understanding of whether we have centralized rules, right? Right now, we're doing the same type of thing that we've done before, where every country or every state even makes their own set of rules. So that's going to go ahead and start, pushing us away from each other a little bit. So I am worried about that. Well, I'm also happy to hear that people are setting up the frameworks and setting up the discussion. So I think it's going to be a more concerted effort of bringing people together. But for me, the radical part would be, can we join arms and link arms across states, link arms across countries? How can we do that? Can we do something for Earth, but also space? Like, how can we be a little bit more radical in our approach? And
Yes.
I'll leave it there. Yeah.
Yeah, true.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
that is true. Yeah. So, as Claudio was mentioning about UNESCO, so that was like what it was a critical player, but I believe like in November 21, right? So that's when it adopted the ethics recommendation on the ethics. So, and also the EU Act that you mentioned about, which on March 11th or 13th it came into effect, and then still they need to review more. And there is this US National Institute of Standards and Technology, which it released recently the AI risk management framework. So all of these are there, but I think, like, in my opinion, looking at that health sector, finance sector, how, based off of those HIPAA policy and all the finance tight regulations, and having worked in the insurance space and management consulting, what I notice is like AI ethics, in my opinion, I feel like, it's indeed matured over the years.
Okay.
But at the same time, but we need to have that conscious effort where we need to make much more stride in the policy and practice, and keeping that human in the loop, where, always making sure, like, bringing, like, as Claudia was mentioning, like bringing academia and all the subject matter experts into the role, and into the, like, kind of a consortia where we could be able to discuss and implement these principles effectively on the ground. So that is much more is needed today. And also, like, the governance part of it, how we are going to adapt those based on this ever evolving this AI advancements. Because what happens yesterday is something new that has come out today, like Anthropic or all these different companies that you see, like something new coming every day, and we have to keep up to date. So right now I'm using a new word to the students or job seekers that I mentor. Like, earlier I used to say, if you don't keep up to date with the technology, we will become technologically obsolete. But I'm now calling now as, like, we will, if we don't keep up to date. It's like more, it's people are judgmental at sometimes, where their perception is, okay, oh, my job would go away. No, as long as we can be able to, even if you are not doing any coding, but as long as you're able to incorporate AI where it is needed, because it's so much social good that you can do with it, and so much in a constructive way, then we won't become AI obsolete. That is what the word that I've been using and trying to spread across to my students, the job seekers, everyone that reaches out to me, and even to my team. They say, like, how much we understand the dynamics and try to adopt it where it is needed. It's not in everything that we need AI, but where it is needed, how we use it, and how we give that priority to that ethical consideration, that ethical design. Those are all the things that matters the most. And I think at the end, what I would like to say is, like, definitely we could be able to make a continuous stride in this space, because this is going to be the, because we are in the AI era, no longer like calling it as a digital era, right? So there is so much work to be done, but as long as we are able to be cognizant and adopt these different regulations and laws, and keep up to date to it, I think we should, experts that's in this panel and people all over the world could be able to help all SMEs.
Yeah, I think we need to, as Claudia, as Camille mentioned, we need to go a little bit more radical.
Radical,
But also
more
we need
radical.
to actually have this understanding. It's not like an option anymore. I kind of feel like it's being pushed on us, but it's okay, because a lot of things have been pushed on us through the years. Even the computer science, all of those, technological advances have been pushed on us, and we adapted to it. But this is like a very rushed push on humanity, and then the adoption is getting a little bit slower. There's a kind of a pushback from humanity. I see that it's like uh it's just too much is coming down the pipeline, and we are not able to take in so much. But we need a radical approach to AI ethics. I feel like the AI ethics movement itself has to shift to that word. I know everybody, nobody likes the word radical. As soon as they hear that, they think it's some terrorist group somewhere out there. But it's not that. We need to have this radical approach to AI ethics, in which we start bringing it down to practice. So, Claudia, you have anything to say on that before we move to the next question?
Yes, just very briefly, Susanna, you also echoed that what Usha was saying in the beginning about being obsolete. Before the whole AI boom in the learning and development sector, everyone was talking about learnability. Like, how can you learn new skills so that you're not obsolete, to use Usha's term, or so that you are not replaced by automation? And I remember a story, like, very quickly, and I'm sorry, I'm not really good with remembering stories, but there was an expert coming into an architectural firm, and they were all like sitting, bending, and drawing those very architectural, designs. And then the somehow the expert says, and I'm trying to remember the story again. Somehow the expert says, "Oh, it's very easy for me to know who's going to stay and who's not." And the person who's going to use some automated device, who's going to learn how to use it, is going to stay on and have a career, while others who just, rely on certain type of manual skill will go away. And we see, if you've watched the movie Hidden Figures, one of my very favorite movies, at some point, one of the key actresses goes to learn how to work with the machine so that she's not left out. So she, that idea of learnability. So again, as you said, yes, and I think now we are actually being forced to do that quickly. We're seeing a lot of people who are already senior levels in their career having to shift maybe to even an AI career, whereas they never had that, or trying to upskill. I just wanted to echo that we're seeing it, and then maybe at the end I will tackle the idea of also learning to unlearn, which I think is also a very valuable skill. And we will talk more about it, because I know you have a learning question coming up. So I'll keep that for
Yes.
later.
I mean, that's our next question, right? So, human learning versus machine learning. And where do you guys see this human learning pivot now in the next, few years? Because I feel like it has already pivoted. And there's now a new term called the creative generalist that I was reading an article yesterday about, like how we are all now, instead of becoming specialist in a field, because specialization is now becoming obsolete. If you become a specialist in one area, it's not going to help you in the long term, but you become a generalist, and AI is helping all of us become generalists. Like in the past, if I didn't know something, I would Google it and spend like half an hour or 2 hours, trying to understand a medical term. But it's now AI is now making it super easy for me. Like in a 3 or 4 minutes, I can condense that knowledge. It doesn't make me a medical professional by any means, but it gives you that ability to become a generalist in multiple sectors, in multiple disciplines. So how are humans going to survive this next wave of learning? Because the whole machine learning, everything came from modeling after human learning, and we have a learning expert here, so we will let her answer that question.
I am also in a process of learning. So definitely I will learn so much from my fellow panelists. But I will start just to give a bit of an idea about, human learning and machine learning, at least what I've experienced during my training and my own experience in research. So we know, human learning, we're always doing this. It's a natural part of our life. We're acquiring the skills, the knowledge through experience. And we are also capable of unlearning. I'll give a very simple example. A child, they learn that if you touch this, this is hot. Using this data quickly, they understand, okay, this hurt me once, twice, that's it. I'm not going to touch the stove again. Machines, we know, have a hard time unlearning, and I'll dive into this later. It's a whole different realm, but they struggle with a novel experience. They struggle with novel data. They just use this particular algorithm, and sometimes it's biased. So, and it's very costly to try to shift and change it. So this is one difference between how humans learn and how humans unlearn. Another example of how we all collectively experienced an unlearning process was during the pandemic, where suddenly we had to shift our entire lives to remote, to being isolated. I'm sure this was a new experience for a lot of us, and we had to unlearn this quickly. While it was not pleasant, we were able to adapt as much as we can. Not saying it was easy, it wasn't pleasant, but the ability to unlearn is a very important skill in the human experience, and machines cannot do that. So we can also dive into this later. So all this to say that there are, I think, at the end, down the line, and we can go into details, there will be an integration of how humans learn and how machines learn. I don't think one is going to overshadow the other. There are a lot of limitations in both as a parent, and how humans learn and how quick we process information, and how machines learn and what they do with the data that they have, while biased, while limited. So I'll stop here, and so my fellow panelists can expand and share their thoughts.
Yeah, I think just to add on to that, I'm gonna take where you left off, Claudia, and just like use that as a way to like take input and then maybe just think about it. So if you don't mind a little brainstorming, because I like what you said too about just this how hard it is for machines to relearn. So one of the things that kind of got me thinking there was how humans learn aided by computers, aided by technology. One of the very more visceral memories I have was when I was going to engineering school. When you're in primary school, actually, let's go back further. Primary school, right? You're taught to do your math without your calculator. You need to be able to do this. You got to memorize your multiplication tables or what have you. And then when I got to engineering school, they're like, this is the calculator you need to use. Bring it with you on all your tests. Like, sorry if you lost your calculator at home, but you really do need to be using that like all the time. You need to learn how to use your calculator to aid your learning. And they even put a finer point on it and saying like, if I can't track your work and see how you're doing your work, you're still not using your calculator properly, right? So in that way, I really learned, I had a little bit of a mental shift there of how do I use technology to aid my learning, not to take over my learning. And so I'm wondering if in some way, maybe we can also help machine learning to do the same, to learn similar to humans by saying, you're going to have to go through a course. Yes, you have a model, but now you're going to have to take on this other model that's going to start adapting and helping you understand what's going on and how to operate in a world that's lived in by humans, not by machines. So just a thought there. Thank you for that, Claudia. That was kind of what I got from what you were saying.
Thank you, Camille. Thank you, Claudia. So yeah, it's we are capable of unlearning, and it is. I totally get it. On the missions to relearn how hard it is. So I always think the human intelligence. We all know that we can outperform. We always outperform AI. So very recently, a week ago, 2 weeks ago, I was on the road. Like I know Sudha will love this example. So a self-driving car was going towards a T junction, and right before that, that car was the second car, and in front there was a regular car that was who was driving. Suddenly, that guy, instead of I know it was a guy because I was right in parallel to in the on the road. So suddenly the guy pivoted, not going in that same direction, and left. And it was like it was a sudden jerk movement, and right away completely the self-driving car stopped, because it didn't know what to do, because we thought it's going the same path, it's a T junction, it's going to take a circle. But suddenly he pivoted on the left, which he is not supposed to do. I don't know why he did it. And even the other cars had to stop. That this was like felt like I wanted to bring this up, where humans know what to do at that time, because and then we came to know the paramedics came because somebody was unwell in that car, so he had to take a left to park. But that time the self-driving car didn't know what to do, that reaction. So what I feel like, as AI takes over more specialized, these repetitive tasks, and I feel like there is an since we are talking about there will be a lot more increased appreciation for the generalist skills as well, like that creativity, that on the spot thinking, that adaptability, all those things. Like I feel like that human intelligence will always outperform better than the machines. And the key here is not choosing. It's not about like what Susanna was mentioning about generalist, specialist, not choosing one over the other, but trying to see how we can try to cultivate that ability so that we can apply that specialized knowledge. It's That is how like we could be able to more think in a diverse perspective, bringing that innovative approach to see how we can be able to since we are all tying this to that AI ethics, how we can leverage that ethical strengths so that we can make it unique to that human intelligence. So yeah, I just wanted to bring that example. I know Sudha will love it. Yeah.
Sudha will love any
Anything related to self-driving. I think she will
yes.
even dream about only that, I guess. Oh, sorry to pull your leg, Sudha.
So, yeah, the I know the AI ethics, whenever people talk about it, they think it's all about governance, policies, legal frameworks, bias mitigation, and all of that. But I don't see it that way as a, psychology person and as a cognitive science, with a background. I don't see it like that. I see it's the progression of humanity and how humans will evolve and what will they live with, what will our general lives be like. And that is also a part of AI ethics to me because we are talking about diversity, inclusion, and equity
Mhm.
building and all of those things. That's all about making sure that, humans are, live, included and have a better lived experience than the current one that they are having. So to me, AI ethics is all encompassing everything. In my head, it's like it connects everything. And right now, somebody I was talking to Sudha the other day, there was a new field called machine unlearning. And everyone is now rah-rah about it, that, like it's machine unlearning, it's the newest thing, and bias mitigation. And I was like, machine unlearning, human unlearning, that's part of cognitive science. It was always there. And, as Claudia will tell you, that's one of the things we learn, both learning and how humans unlearn, learned behavior versus unlearned behavior, learned helplessness, and all of those things, are part of the cognitive science, discipline. And unlearning is a critical part of human cognition. And there is this whole technology sector that is, talking about it as if they discovered it last 5 minutes ago. And I was like, okay, no, you need to talk to the learning scientists. So that's why I'm so happy that we have Claudia here, these are the people that, the AI ethicists and even the technologists should actually be having in the room discussing, because these people actually study human learning and all the learning sciences. So I know we started late, so Sudha gave us a little bit more time to, continue forward. I will just, wrap up with this question, final question, if Sudha will give me time, on what do you guys think human, evolution would be like? What would be the definition of humanity going forward with AI included? How
Such
would
a
we
light
see
question to
ourselves?
close the panel, indeed. Rapid fire 10-second round.
Yes. Okay.
It is a loaded question. uh, yeah, yeah, it's yeah. Go ahead, yeah, Claudia or Camille. I will, yeah.
Camille, go first. I can go in the middle. That way we move it
Okay,
around.
sounds
Okay.
good. Yeah, I think in something that we can hold to, whether it's 10 years from now or 20 years from now, is just our curiosity and our drive and desire to do things that allow us to explore outside of ourselves. So for me, I always grew up wanting to go into technology and science because I wanted to discover something that no one else had discovered. And I was very not specific about that on purpose. And I feel like, we can get there to that day as well. Like just like having that ability to bring up whether it's next generation or this generation into being able to do that fast-paced discovery and
Okay.
find that life calling somehow.
Okay, I'm sorry, the big human discussion question, but I need to wrap up on this panel because I promise people who are coming from different time zones and out from work that we will keep time, and I had to switch another 10 minutes. So please don't mind. We will figure out a way to bring you guys back to have this conversation, and you have enough time to think about that burning question for humanity for the rest of you. So,
Yes.
No,
thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Thank you, panelists. It was
Thank you,
awesome.
Susanna. Thank you.
Thank
Very
you,
much.
Thank
Susanna.
you for hosting this.
So with that, we are going to switch to the next panel. Thank you so much. This is going to be our own Alejandra. You saw her earlier, Latin woman in AI governance. And if you thought that you understood AI ethics and what they were talking, think again, because this is going to be something else. Okay, Alejandra. I think I gave access to all your panelists to
share their screen. Yes.
yes, one second. I'm just making sure that I remove the pin of the other panelists. Okay, awesome. Take it away. Latin women in AI, human-centric governance, not just any governance because of what you were talking about your career pivot. So let's get started. Thank you so much.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Suda, for this introduction. So today we have with us Paola Galvez and Juliana Paredes. They are amazing women that are going to talk with us about the about how a human-centric AI governance can improve our experience as citizens to as citizens, how we can improve our experience as citizens for the artificial intelligence movement. And in the other hand, I'm going to finish this panel talking about how we can make this not just human-centered, but user-centric. So all these governance rules and norms can help to the citizens to understand their rights. So first, we have Paola Galvez. Paola, would you please turn on your camera? I don't see you. I don't know if you are there. Hello, Paola. So I'm going to make this a small presentation because we are kind of, I don't want to take a lot of your time out, but Paola, she's a founder of Do Tank, and I'm kind of nervous. Give me 1 second, please. I need to calm down and start again. 1 second, please. 1 second. Okay. So I think it could be a good idea, Paola, if you can help me telling the audience about your I forgot the word, sorry.
Don't worry, Ali. Do you want me to introduce myself?
Yes, I think it will help me because my computer is not helping me to have my notes open. Sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your
Don't
patience.
worry. Thank you, and thank you everyone for being here. It's really a pleasure to share this moment with you. And especially thanks to Sudha, the organizer and orchestrator of all this movement. I think it's a very hard work to organize such a 24-hour marathon.
So I just want to make sure that, especially with the afternoon section when we started, that I want people who are watching this to know it's not just all me. I have a whole team, and we don't have all back here. So I'm the front end host, and Roxy Simpson will be joining me in a little bit. There is Pariya Sarin, who's also a program management person on this front. And then we had a whole bunch of volunteers, and we'll see a few of them soon in the next few sessions. So you can say Sudha and team, that's okay, but I don't want to take full credit for it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much. So yes, thank you, Sudha, to you and your team for... Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. So now I'm going to start all over again with all the strength. Okay, let's do this.
Okay.
Paola Galvez, she is like a master duster in governance. I really admire her, and I admire her work and how she's presenting all that what she's doing to inspire another girls and another women in Peru and Latin America. Paola Galvez is the founding director of Idonia Lab, an Ibero-American action tank dedicated to ensuring artificial intelligence benefits all while empowering women in policy making. Something that I learned from her is that it's important to present ourselves from our experience and not from just our background that is important, but our experience is what makes us there, what gives us power to be there on the table with the decision making. So I enjoyed that during while we were building this panel. So something that I admire about her too is that she has a Master of Public Policy from the University of Oxford. So I think I can go longer, but I don't want to take more of your time. And I'm going to give you the word so we can go with your explanation and with what you are going to talk today about is from artificial intelligence declaration to action, 10-step roadmaps for nation.
Thank you so much, Ali. Well, as you have seen, as you have heard for the past hours, AI systems can really, with effective governance, release us from routine industrial tasks and lack time for human creativity and free expression. However, this technology has also shown that it has the potential to drive disinformation, reproduce bias, deepening inequalities, and diminish cybersecurity. How then can we harness the potential benefits of AI for everyone while reducing its risks to human rights? In terms of regulatory approaches, we have seen governments racing to enact regulation to address precisely this question. As we know, national or regional AI legal frameworks are not yet operational, with the European Union AI Act being the first comprehensive attempt to regulate AI globally. However, currently, there are several international frameworks for AI that multiple countries have adopted, but we should bear in mind that those frameworks are not binding. In other words, they are principles, recommendations, or declarations that governments have adhered to. That's why in the following 5 minutes, I want to propose a 10-step roadmap, and now I'm going to share my screen. Okay, everyone should be able to see it now. as I said, I want to propose a 10-step roadmap for nations with the goal of achieving a technological transition that is fair, inclusive, and sustainable. This roadmap draws upon insights from the AI and Democratic Values Index, an authoritative annual report crafted by the Center for AI and Digital Policy. It is renowned as the most comprehensive assessment of AI policies and practices worldwide, as its latest edition was published just 2 days ago, and it spans 80 countries. I am a member of the research team behind this index, and drawing from my experience advising also governments and international organizations, this roadmap is informed by my analysis and practical expertise. However, I want you all, and I want to recognize that each country operates within its unique governance framework. Each country faces distinct challenges and priorities. That's why I fully acknowledge that there is no one-size-fits-all solution in the realm of AI policy. This roadmap is just intended to serve as a starting point and guide, offering recommendations that can be tailored to suit the specific circumstances and needs of each nation. So here we go. What do I propose now as a first step? Also, let me just say as a caveat that this is not pretended to be an order in time, but just 10 ideas that should be done by any nation. So first, adoption of international frameworks for AI. Why is this important? Because in that way, we can ensure alignment with global standards and best practices. I have gathered here the 8 most known international frameworks for AI. We have the Universal Guidelines for AI, G20 AI principles, which are based on the OECD AI principles. As everyone know, maybe you have heard that the OECD AI principles are now being revised, and the OECD shall present it in the next or in the following months. Also, we have the Council of Europe AI Treaty, which recently was approved in terms of final text, but it should be now passed to ministerial approval, and then governments can adhere to it. And we know that this is very important because not only the European members can adhere, but any other country. For instance, Peru has been part of the negotiations that indicates that maybe it will adhere to this treaty. Then we also have the UNESCO recommendation on the ethics of AI, the G7 Hiroshima AI process that also have guiding principles. Very recently as well, the UN General Assembly resolution on AI and the Bletchley Declaration on AI safety. This is just so that we can all have the same idea on what am I talking about in this first step. Then the formulation or review, because some countries already have AI policies in place, of an AI policy. What does it mean? What I'm proposing is that governments must develop a structured process, an organized and transparent process, fostering inclusivity for meaningful public participation in the formulation or review of national AI policies. It is very important, and this applies not only to AI policy, but to any technology regulation. Multi-stakeholder participation is at its core. Every actor has to participate in these discussions so that we can grab their needs, challenges, and also to identify where are the gaps. Third, enhance transparency and accessibility of AI policy materials. When the discussion for the formulation or review of AI policies are being considered, being handled, we must ensure that countries put all the materials in a place that is accessible, where the information is complete and accurate to the public, so that anyone can access and also can have the liberty and the right to comment. Fourth, independent oversight. We've seen different approaches to this oversight. Let's say some countries have designated a ministry, it could be industry minister or an ICT minister, some other agencies, but it's important in this case, and what I'm focusing on is human rights and the rule of law. That's why here I'm proposing that an independent agency is created or designated tasked with overseeing AI development and deployment, ensuring compliance with ethical standards, human rights, and the rule of law. In this case, it can be an AI agency or office. That's the case of the European Union, for instance. It can also be the data protection agency, or it can be a human rights commission as well. 5, comprehensive national AI policy. Following step number 2, when the public participation process has been done, then the government must ensure that a national AI policy is developed and enforced. It should encompass key principles such as fairness, accountability, transparency. Here, algorithmic transparency is very important, and adherence to the rule of law and fundamental rights. 6, investment in AI skills development. We cannot do anything with this technology if the citizens cannot really benefit from all its characteristics and functionalities. That means that the government shall allocate resources for the training and upskilling of individuals in AI-related fields, fostering a skilled workforce capable of leveraging AI technologies effectively. 7, promotion of gender equity and cultural diversity in AI. This is following or being guided by the UNESCO's recommendation on AI ethics. Governments shall implement policies to address gender and cultural disparities. We know, and we have heard from the previous panel, for instance, AI algorithms can be biased. Most of the time, the data that is used to train this AI system is not representative. Therefore, it can make bigger the bias that we already have in societies. So we need to work on this. This includes some examples: targeted support for underrepresented groups, in training, in work, in social participation as well. 8, government accountability and safeguards. We know that there is also a race between governments to become digital, to have digital services, to be digital savvy. And that's good if it is done to make citizens closer to the government, to be more transparent, to have open platforms. And it can entail using AI systems. But it is very important that the government mandate public transparency in the deployment of AI by government agencies, including the implementation of safeguards to protect citizens' rights and interests. 9, regulatory sandboxes for AI innovation. What I'm proposing is that the government develops regulatory sandboxes, or this means to have a control space where AI systems can be tested and refined in a safe and supervised manner. This is a space where the government and the entrepreneur, the industry, the developer of the AI systems are together testing the AI system. This facilitates innovation and local entrepreneurship while mitigating risks. And last but not least, environmental sustainability in AI policy. This means develop policies that address the environmental impact of AI technologies, ensuring sustainability considerations such as promoting energy-efficient AI solutions, minimizing carbon footprints, and fostering sustainable practices throughout the AI life cycle. Thank you, Ale, for the time. I know I have rushed a bit, but we will have a Q&A afterwards to deep dive into all these steps. So this is for now. Thank you very much for all the attention.
Paola, we are amazed with all this information. I have taken so many notes because I would like to make so many questions, but let's go with Juliana, and then we are going to have the space for the Q&A. And thank you. Sudha was writing me by direct message, and she was amazed too with all this information that as technologists and futurists, they need to know how to deal with the government, because at the end of the day, technology runs into a regulation framework. So we need to understand that. So saying that, now we go with Juliana. Juliana, I'm going to make a small intro about her because she did a lot of success as a lawyer with a master in regulation and professor of communication and marketing professional focus in digital platforms in order to prepare them for the future of regulation. But something that I would like to add as personal review, as from my personal experience with her, that she's a very curious professional. She has done a master class, more than masterclass on UX. So she's very focused into make the law accessible for everyone. So saying that, and not just for the final user, but for the stakeholders that too. So saying that, I think I'm going to give the word to Juliana, and she's going to go deeper with this statement.
Thank you very much, Ale, Paola, and all the amazing women that are here today. Well, I'm going to share my screen so I can tell you a little bit more about me and my work and why I'm here. Wait a minute, please. Okay. Okay. Can you see?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I'm going to minimize. Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you very much for the introduction. I like to say where I came from so you can understand why I'm talking what I'm going to talk about. Sorry, you're going to find my presentation in kind of a Spanglish or something like that. I write in Spanish, I talk in English, sometimes I think in both.
Juliana, so, your presentation is not like big, it's we are seeing your...
Now
it is, yes.
Great, thank you. So if you know Spanish, you're gonna feel comfortable. If you're not, you can hear me because I'm gonna talk what is really here. I'm a woman from South America, like Alejandra. I'm 36 years old. I'm very curious. Yes, I'm very curious since I was a kid. That's why I'm a lawyer who also did a study in UX and AI with many computer scientists that didn't understand what I was doing there in that class. And also I did a course in behavioral economics, since I have this deep desire to understand why people and corporate entities take the decisions that they take. So I'm very curious. You're going to find my profile kind of strange. But in my background, as a professional, I'm a lawyer who is very focused in regulation, the theory and the regulation as a tool for the governance. And I'm a professor, university professor, because I find it that education is the best way to make change. Well, I would like to add, I was a public servant in the government, Peruvian government, during 10 years. And the last 4 years, I've been a private consultant for enterprises and sometimes for entities too. Wow, okay. So what I'm going to talk about, I'm going to talk about changing the perspective, regulation from the experts. And why? Well, okay, I want to move this here. Okay. The first step, when I'm always start talking with my students and trying to explain them why it's necessary they can understand regulation. By the way, my students are not lawyers. I don't like to teach lawyers, sorry. I always teach communicators, marketing professionals, engineers, or other professionals. Why? Because I like to learn from them things that I couldn't have a clue about it. So I find it like it's a very good business to teach another professional persons. So the first step is the beginning of everything is people having a problem, okay? The society, we have a problem. And the entrepreneur or the enterprise says, oh, I have the solution for your problem. I have a good idea. Okay, let's make it a business and let's escalate it as large as we can. That's the background of every successful business. And we have, of course, the people that had the problem. Sometimes they're happy. And we have another group of people that they find not that interesting your product because they don't use it, or they are making your product are making changes that in the life of people that they reject. Change is always difficult for people, even if the change brings success or better times. Change is difficult. So knowing this, we have the second step that I always say to my students is, while the enterprise is thinking about, okay, let's embrace the change, let me pivot, give me time to know what you don't like about my product and can make the changes that align my interest with yours. There is a little bit of a movement or a group of persons that are always mad. And that is going to be in all the societies around the world. It's going to be people that don't like your product, and there is going to be people that are mad. So they are mad by your product. And there is a third person that mostly entrepreneurs forget about it, and it's the political agent, okay? The parliaments, the regulators, the public servants, the person, as the congressmen, congresswomen, they have, okay, they are very good ones who wants to make a good impact in lives, but they want to be popular in the deep of his heart or her heart because they need votes, okay? And this is something that we all entrepreneurs and any market, we should know, okay? Government wants the proof of the people, and the people wants a lot of things. Sometimes they don't know what they want. So there is a market, and that is something very, very, very funny because I was for a very long time a competition lawyer, antitrust lawyer. So there is a market of regulation proposals out there, and you have buyers and sellers of regulation proposals. You have the people who wants to solve the problems, or they don't like the product that comes with technology and the change that is making in their lives. And you also have this guy or woman who is behind the popularity. So it's making the rules for the people to like them, okay? No the rules for the best work of the technology or for the best work of the economy. No, the principal thing is we have to remind and have in mind that politicians are in their places, in their works, because people vote for them, at least in democracies. So we can, there is a market where is exchange votes for rules. In this context, at this point of when
what do you mean by market? What do you mean by, you said like market of initiatives? Yeah.
So that, yeah, market in the basis definition. I mean, people who want something and people who is going to give you in exchange of something, like of food, market of computers. Yes.
Yep.
People want rules, and politicians are going to give you rules, but not necessarily the rules that the people, including enterprises, needs. Okay?
Okay, got it. Yeah, got it. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Oh, okay. So when I say this, my economics friends feel like more included, because in a mind of an economist, this market offered supplier is more near than law. lawyering and that stuff. So we have technology, and let me please forgive me for take a step back, because I'm not going to take precisely about AI, but digital business. Okay, digital business came to our lives to make change, and it's normal. And we have in my class we have studied many cases where there is resistance as a group of citizens rejecting the product, and even they have the outcome of the enterprise leaving the country. We have Uber. I think Uber, when Uber did leave Catalonia, and also we have problems Airbnb in New York, and we have problems around the world with the drivers, the delivery drivers. Okay, these problems escalate at the point that a politician that is around gets and see an opportunity to rule. Why he or she wants to rule? Because he needs to give the people what they are asking for in order to get the vote. So we have this, the resistance generates a politic issue, and the politic issue is gonna have as a tool the regulation, standard rules, policies, guidelines, compliance in every form. A regulation, you can think about regulation as a box with many tools. You can choose the tool. The favorite tool of the Latin America politicians are rules, norms, reading rules. So I'm gonna make here, okay, there is tension, produce the outcome of this interaction is tension between technologies and regulators. But when I come and I say, why do you think this is like this? And my students also tell me, oh, it's because politicians and regulators don't know a thing about technology. They don't get our business. They don't get platforms business. They don't get markets, digital markets. So they rule in a world that they don't know. And I said, so the solution is that the public servant learn about your business, about every single business, disruptive business that is around in the market, that is asking too much for the regulator, that is asking too much for the parliament, who is focused on getting more votes. And my approach to this lecture, and this is why I teach, and I try to make incentives in class, is why not the entrepreneur, the marketing professional, the communicator, the engineer, you learn about public policy, so you can make the rules and understand where they come from and how the desire of regulation is created by the people. So we have this, if we all, not just the politicians or not just the public servant, we all, society, and with a special focus in entrepreneurs and communicators, engineers, and marketing professionals, see the problems before these escalate to the government, we can apply auto-regulation. We can modulate our behavior, test it in the market, and then maybe, if it's needed, we can propose to the government a rule. Okay? So the regulation is not, in these times, is not needed from the government, but is needed from the people to be approved by the government in a transparent and participate environment. Yes, but that is the need. At least that is we have seen in the couple of like the results of the platforms digital business. So I don't think it's going to be different in the IE sectors. If the entrepreneurs and the enterprises don't take the lead about we live in a world that uses regulation as a tool for forget what they want, and they don't get involved in regulation and how to manage the anger and the disliking of the people that is not aligned with their interest. They're gonna keep having bad regulation all around the world, mostly in Latin America. So we need an entrepreneur with vision of public policy manager. We need people that understands and wants to learn how the government works. And of course, we need people who wants to participate and take lead in the resolution of problems.
Juliana, thank you so much.
Yes.
I'm going to let you give this final idea. Yes, go ahead, go for it.
Yeah, just thank you very much. And we need people who can lead the regulatory process that are not lawyers, please, that from other professions. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ale, for your time. That's all.
Yeah. Thank you both of you. I don't want to take more of your time because I know you have like a busy schedule and a busy agenda, but just like big ideas I want to highlight. I think this panel is a perfect connection between what the government needs to do, what the approach of the government needs to have to promote technology, to promote innovation, artificial intelligence in a safe space for citizen. And in the other hand, I think what was Juliana saying about like we need to change the perspective. It's not just the government, but we need to be there as active participant to change, to be part of the rules, not change the rule, but be part of creating those rules. Just to finish, I would like to know if Juliana, Paola, would you like to finish, give like a highlight before finish our panel?
Thank you, Ale. Maybe just opening the floor. I think we have some minutes. If someone has any question.
I think this was amazing. You've given us enough things to think about, because we have always seen regulation as a set of bodies and lawyers and who come and talk about it. That what you showed as the comprehensive picture of variety of different regulation bodies and what they're doing around the world was amazing. So I want to dig deeper into that. And this perspective that people need to be part of it because rules are for people after all, right? But I think there is a conflict between, is that businesses included? Because in US, it's a lot of businesses that push back on these regulations.
But they definitely need to be included. Sometimes, actually, what we're facing in terms of AI governance is regulatory capture. So that was very heavy in the EU AI Act negotiation. We're seeing that the US proposals are not going farther, of course, because they have this enterprise view. China, for instance, this is very interesting what they have by now. It's a rules approach. Of course, now China is looking for supremacy, self-sufficiency, and they look as AI as a tool that can make it happen, right? But as I mentioned before, and it is very in line with Giliana said, we didn't talk about this, so it's good to see that we have different perspectives from professionals around the world saying the same. AI governance must be a multi-stakeholder discussion. It's the government who will take the final approach, but without sociologists, psychologists, lawyers. Of course, we need to be there, but now technologists have the word. In terms of AI, in my opinion, is sociologists. They need to be there because we see bias incrementing disinformation. So it's not only what IT people and lawyers need to say, right? I think Oluneye has a question. I don't know if we have time.
So we need to wrap up this panel. I want to let Olu ask her question. I just wanted to add one comment. We don't have anybody from China or the Far East here, and given the time zone of our presentations also, we don't have people. So I think lot of countries, including US, are looking to, win the AI game because it's about business and it's about jobs. So I would not, say that one country is looking for supremacy. Everybody is trying to either win the AI game in terms of technology so they can have the jobs, or to push back so that they're not controlled, right? There are some countries who do not want the data to get out of their country so that it is not used and creating value for somebody else outside of their citizens. So that's a very different discussion. So hopefully next year we will get more people from around the globe, and maybe we'll have somebody from the Far East who can contribute. So just to be fair, Olu, you can ask your question in 1 minute, and then we should wrap up because we have a hard stop for the next set of panelists. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you,
Yes,
Sudha.
thank you.
And thank you to the lovely ladies that made the presentation fabulous, fantastic, and very insightful. I just want to push the agenda forward a bit to say that with the array of, tech professionals in the room and what we have been, what we've heard since we started, I believe that we can spearhead a report that is going to give a comparative analysis of AI adoption of countries between global North and global South, because we're seeing a race to, who gets there first, who does it first, who does it better. So we have a very rich think tank, within the house here, to be able to push that kind of report that is coming from, women who we're seen as marginalized, we're seen as underrepresented, we're seen as, our voices are not really there. So if we can get such a report out that takes a comparative look at how countries in the global South and countries in the global North, and what are the challenges, what are the opportunities, and what are the things that we can add as women in IoT or women in tech. That's just my take on that. That would be probably for next year, but it could be a groundwork that would start, that can help individuals and institutions, and also those that are using AI as well, and those that want to adopt it, so to speak. Thank you. Back to you, Sudha.
Awesome idea. I'm sure, this happens every year. There's a lot of connections that comes out from the speakers who don't know each other across regions and countries. And maybe this is the beginning of that. Maybe we can follow up offline, Olu, and connect with this panel and see where we can take it. Thank you so much. Okay. So with that, I want to give a round of applause. I'm looking for the applause emoji. And then I'm going to bring Sneha in. Thank you so much. Okay, Sneha, take it away. So yours is more not a panel, but a segment. Just to clarify, you have couple different women with different topics. So take it away. We are running a little late, so thank you for adapting to that.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Sudha. Thank you so much for organizing this. I think this is...
No, it's more than me. Don't say just me. It's me and my team, and you are one of them.
No, absolutely. I'm a small part of the big thing, but the point is that I think this is it is an amazing platform. This is what, the 5th year now. I think it's been amazing.
Yes.
I think, first of all, thank you for all the lovely presentations. Yes, we have 3 speakers in the data segment today. And I will be, let's quickly start off. And by the way, just a very quick introduction. I'm Sneha Jadhav. I am by profession a product manager in this IoT and IoT space. And I have been affiliated in some way or the other with Sudha in multiple different sessions. So I'm absolutely grateful to be here. So let's start. Let's really get started. I would like to start with Jessica Groupman. Our panel starts with her. And I'll give you a quick introduction. Jessica, do you want to go on camera? Perfect, she is. So let me just quickly pin you. Okay.
Hi.
Hey, hi, Jessica. Thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate it. So a really quick introduction for Jessica. So for 18 years, Jessica has studied emerging technology implications in business, society, and environment, a technology industry analyst, strategist, author, and speaker. She works with leaders around the world to design innovations that align economic, societal, and ecological benefits. She founded research firm Kaledo Insights, and was formerly a principal analyst at Practica, Harbor Research, Altimeter Group, and later serving as a digital strategy and innovation director, and now Senior Innovation Advisor with Impact Consultancy, Intentional Futures. And Jessica is also a faculty at Fast Future Fundamentals. Next works collective of futurists, a distinguished fellow at Regimental and ambassador at Capital Institute. She's trained in anthropology, and Jessica loves helping leaders think differently and about the future. And I was just quickly looking up as to where I have come across Jessica, and she had done an excellent talk at Ericsson actually about right before COVID, and it was an amazing talk. So Jessica, I'm absolutely looking forward for your session today, and I believe you're going to give an overview about the role of IoT in helping regenerate our societal and planetary health, and how regenerative design will inform the future of digital innovation. So, Jessica, with that, I want to give you the stage. Please take it away, and looking forward for your talk.
All right, and thank you both, Sneha and Sudha. It's wonderful to join you and so many other brilliant women on this session today. Before I jump in, how much time do I have? Reel me in.
Well, we all allotted 20 minutes, but please go ahead. We'll figure it out.
All right, I'm going to share my screen. So I want to talk a little bit adjacent. I've been covering IoT for many years, but my interests, and particularly my background in anthropology, has led me to always be looking at the kind of systemic or behavioral or cross-cutting impacts of these technologies, not just the technologies and applications, but really the implications. And this journey more recently has had me kind of reckoning with a reality that sometimes we forget about in tech, which is that all of our amazing innovations, all of our technologies, no matter what they are, rely on a couple of things. They rely on functional society, and they rely on a livable biosphere. We, after all, rely on planet Earth to generate our technologies, and of course to hold and sustain ourselves. So this is kind of the starting point of what are we talking about when we're talking about regenerative innovation. And I'll come back to IoT in a minute. But when we think about what is sort of business today, or how we think about current practices in business, we might find ourselves on the far end of this framework, very extractive approaches. In other words, the assumption of business as usual tends to be extracting from natural resources, or even for that matter, behavioral resources with data to process things, to manufacture either goods, or maybe it's fear or disinformation. But in any case, we are using extractive approaches very often as sort of, well, that's the cost of doing business. Of course, many of us are familiar with sustainability, which is often relegated today to offsetting, to reaching net zero, to doing less harm. What regeneration and regenerative design are attempting to really call in here is actually giving back more, not just doing less harm, but restoring, replenishing, and revitalizing and regenerating the energy of people, but also planet, on which all of this relies. So that's just sort of at the high level, what are we talking about when we say regenerative design, or in this case, how it might apply to innovation. Now, another element of this is that, well, why regeneration? And well, what does that have to do with sort of business? Well, regeneration is how life works. We're all regenerating. Our cells are regenerating, the forests are regenerating. Sustainability is actually an outcome of regeneration, because if we are giving back as the process of life and death and birth and rebirth, that is sustainable. And where we are now, certainly from the planetary level, is we've reached over 6 of the 9 planetary boundaries. Social foundations are, of course, breaking at the seams, and we're struggling with this ability to kind of replenish natural systems. So the question here is sort of, how do we think about technology in this context as an approach to innovation that's not just about digital, but it's really about thinking through these activities. So again, to just sort of put a little bit of concrete examples here, very extractive activities like unfettered extraction of natural resources, or designing products for going directly to the landfill, single-use products, capturing value, as opposed to, if not, just reducing emissions, as in sustainability, really thinking beyond that into restoring actual ecosystems. And again, this is a wide-ranging concept. So it's both ecosystem restoration of land, of water, but also things like the circular economy, redesigning our supply chains to be more circular in nature. Thinking about what are we measuring? This is obviously a huge role of data and measuring and monitoring in AI. What are we optimizing for? What are we holding in balance? Part of what we're looking at around regenerative design is taking into account a more holistic set of metrics. So you all can read through this. You can see there's a lot here. It's in many ways a kind of paradigm for thinking about technologies and thinking about innovation broadly. So I wanted to kind of introduce this concept and share some of the examples that I've been tracking in my research around this of, well, what might regenerative IoT actually look like? Well, in fact, we're awash with examples. You can look at examples in climate tech or green tech and ag tech and fintech. Really interesting examples around, environmental monitoring, where by deploying IoT sensors and measuring things like air quality or soil quality or water quality or humidity or temperature, this is providing insights into the current state, the ecosystemic health. It's also crucial for like land or habitat restoration efforts or soil restoration. It's really important for mitigating the impacts of drought or floods, as in, say, a water resource management context. It can also aid in early detection and response for either disasters or even things like pestilence. It can inform forest management strategies. So you can start to see how kind of what we've been calling, or maybe what grew out of agricultural technology or technology for weather, is really starting to support some of these kind of ecosystem restoration applications. Biodiversity tracking, another really interesting use case of using IoT devices like cameras or acoustic sensors or even satellite data to look at, well, what are the impacts across forests, across wetlands, grasslands, zooming very intimately and also far out, panning out. And again, to assess the effectiveness of regeneration projects, to inform land management, to look at and measure so-called ecosystem services. This is to say the services that essentially would exist whether humans were here or not. So the effect on air quality or the effect on water quality or soil quality. Even you've probably heard of carbon offsets and carbon credits. This is one small subset of the ecosystem services monitoring market that relies on IoT technology. And really, there's a kind of impulse there to quantify the benefit here. If we are sequestering carbon, how much, how long can it be trusted, when must it be retired, in order to place value on it? Today, these new metrics, these metrics that we all rely on, like air quality or soil health, are not factored in. They're not accounted in to commonly, business budgets, right? These are often seen as things like externalities or costs of doing business. Typically, if they're measured in terms of damage. So this kind of measurement plays actually a very catalytic role in first being able to see and track and improve over time, but also to be able to hold accountable to the great detriment that often comes to natural resources or to community health, for example. So lots of other examples, urban green space, obviously you all know around sort of IoT and building environments, how crucial this is for energy savings and demand response. Other use cases that I think are really important around community engagement. Think about IoT data for citizen science, for improving educational programs, for connecting people to be more interactive around these areas, for fostering community. How do we empower people to actually do stuff in their community? So often people are like, well, what do I do? How do I actually contribute? That can be in a work and employment context, or even just in a community citizenship context, and so forth. Sharing economy, circular economy. There's incredible, applications for IoT around, waste management, recycling, biotechnologies for material design, again, using sensor data to really kind of bridge the lab versus real world environment. So I wanted to bring this forth as just sort of another way of looking at the potential for IoT to really support ecosystemic health. Another quick example, I'm sure many of you are familiar with Planet, Earth imaging satellites, again, equipped with IoT sensors. And here you just see kind of a couple of the different use cases they're supporting, ensuring deforestation-free commodities, building supply chain transparency, tracking methane emissions and leakage, increasingly supporting environmental disclosure. It's with new European laws and laws that are starting to come on the books in the United States, well over 500,000 corporations, companies are starting to be held to these kinds of disclosure and reporting requirements, not just as a voluntary exercise. So this is, I think, a very important part of the IoT story that is often undertold. And so I wanted to bring it forth here in this community to hopefully kind of bring into the data conversation and the AI conversation and how IoT has continued to evolve over the years. I'll throw out a few kind of prompts or questions to hold as technologists thinking about data and IoT. How do we, whether it's through technology or through our organizations, improve ecosystem health? And a little hint here is looking around. As we say, it takes a village. And different stakeholders have lots of different value trade-offs. In a lot of ways, many of the companies that I work with, the answer to their new models lies in the stakeholders around them. And this is not just shareholders and employees. It's also, if you're a shoe business, it's the cows in the grasslands. So taking a wide net at what kind of value could be supported across your different stakeholder constituents. Big question around what are we capturing? If we are capturing data, we have a lot more data, for example, about our social media and transaction behavior than we do about the natural world. What are we capturing and where are we actually sourcing our data? Related, what context do we have in our models? What might not be included, but might be critical to improving the health and the well-being of, again, our stakeholder groups? And some of you might be thinking, how does this relate to AI ethics? I'm actually working on a project now that is looking at and kind of assessing the ethical conversation in AI through this lens of living systems principles. Living systems principles, by the way, are sort of the current scientific consensus, which very much aligns with traditional wisdom and indigenous ways of understanding how life works. So interconnectedness, things seek balance and homeostasis. Circulation is key to health, these kinds of principles, but they're different principles than ethical principles. So what's the relationship here? And then finally, where do we need to expand to not just sort of think about ethics and AI, but to reduce what today is very much an energy blindness. We've all heard these stats around the growing computational and ecological footprint of generative AI, but also of streaming and AR, VR and crypto and blockchain, sort of our wider techno set. How do we think about really incorporating in kind of energy awareness in this ecosystemic awareness of our technologies? So I'll throw out a few of those questions for our conversation today. And yeah, hopefully this has been useful. I welcome any other questions. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jessica.
I just have a question, Sneha, if I may ask, or do you want to do that in the end?
No, you can go ahead now.
It's okay. Yeah, thank you. So I'm a big fan of Jessica. In fact, you are the first person who got me to really understand what does privacy mean in a realistic sense. So when you talk about what needs to be done, and you had that in the last slide, just bracket stakeholders, but the whole conflict or the reason this is not happening, we are not going about this building AI and all kinds of technological innovations, in an ethical, inclusive way, is because of conflict of interest of the stakeholders. So businesses just want to go build that shoes, and then people who run the farmland want to just have more farmland, and then there are other communities affected by this whole climate change, which are not even buying those shoes or living in those farmlands, right? They are like somewhere else. So the butterfly effect. So how do we reconcile that? What's the starting point to get us to that happy place?
Well, I wish I had the answer. One thing that it's such a critical question. One, what we're starting to see in certain pockets, and I think there's a lot of salience here, is this question of how to invest in an ecosystem. We're very much accustomed today in investing in a business or a product, a category. For example, in circularity, this is known as investing in the loop, because, well, to get everyone in one supply chain to sort of play nicely and adopt a net new shared model, you have to invest in all of them, or they have to invest in each other. That's the only way that economically it works. So this notion of investing in the loop, which has a circularity, I think, application, but also you could imagine this in sort of startup and accelerator contexts. We can definitely imagine this in the data agency and personal data. What is a digital trust, for example? How might we invest in the loop or in the ecosystem so that the whole point is working through these tensions rather than often, as you said, the tensions tend to these different interests tend to fall into the same old categories, and the rich ones win. So that's one thing that I'm starting to see emerge as a way of addressing this challenge.
Where can we read? Sorry, go ahead.
No, this is philosophical, but do you feel hopeful about it? You can skip the answer if you don't.
I mean, I do. Even just looking, actually, my emergence into this space was out of the privacy world. And then actually there are a lot of parallels between digital data extraction and natural resource extraction. And although both of those are not full of hope necessarily, we have seen a major shift in the past 10 years around awareness. We're starting to see, and AI has had a hand in this one way or the other, more and more policy proposals on the table for AI. The same is true in, sustainability environmental world. So there's growing awareness, there's growing efforts to design. This is starting to crop up in innovation and product design areas. So these things, and I think the younger generation, both give me some form of hope.
So I do have a quick question. Where can we, or what resources, or where can we read a little more about investing in ecosystem? I think this is something new that I have learned today. So just wanted to see if there are any other resources or any other lead companies that are just information about.
Yeah, I'll throw a few in the chat. One that comes to mind. There's actually a physicist named Graham Boyd who wrote a book and is really popularizing this concept of ergodic investment. And ergodic being a term to basically get at that things are chaotic. And if we invest as though our assumptions will always be true, we're going to actually underperform. So it's a very practical financial justification. But the punchline is the way of addressing chaos and unpredictability is casting a wider net. And so I really appreciate Graham's kind of contribution here of what is a very rigorous business case for why to expand that aperture to a broader ecosystem. So I'll throw that in and a couple more.
Awesome. That would be absolutely helpful. I think there has to be financial investments tied up, interest tied up to have any change. I mean, one is awareness, but then if we have to go towards change, someone's pockets have to hurt, right? Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time, Jessica. Thanks. This was a very interesting talk. Okay, moving to our next speaker, we have Devika.
Hello, everyone. Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
I've been battling my Wi-Fi, and I was like, oh no, it's happening right before I go on, but made it.
Absolutely. So Devika, just as a quick introduction, Devika is a software engineer and she's based out of New York. And she has studied business with focus on law and has combined her interest in both by entering the world of AI as an AI ethics strategist. She has joined us, Women of AI, for almost 2 years, a global nonprofit organization dedicated to empowering and promoting women in the field of AI. She is also volunteering currently as a software engineer at Tech for Campaigns. Their mission is to leverage the expanding reach of technology and digital communications to build electoral power for down-ballot candidates throughout the US. And Devika is going to give us a short talk on a book that she has been reading called Invisible Women, Data Bias in a World Designed for Men. The book is by Caroline Perez, and I will let Devika talk a little more about the book and what she has learned and share it with us. Thanks, Devika. Thanks for being
Thank
here.
you for that introduction. Yeah, so my name is Pika, and I'm so excited to join you all today for IoT Day Women. And, before I get started, I do want to say that I'll be talking about how women are left out of data and how it affects them, but I want anyone who's watching to know that I'll be speaking in the context of what the world is like when you are perceived female. So, even if you don't identify as a woman, it's just when the world perceives you to be a woman, right? And what happens from there. So, I want to talk about like how does data bias and in artificial intelligence in that world affect women. So I have the book here with me today. It's Invisible Women. It's by Caroline Criado Perez. It's data bias in a world designed for men, and it's a fabulous book. I'm sure some of you have read it, heard of it. It's so wonderful. And we experience what data biases are through what is essentially a data gender gap or gender data gap, she would say it. And she explains so brilliantly in her book that, the lack of data or data around women is so astonishingly low or just does not exist that, quite frankly, it's kind of scary to think about. And it's interesting to see how we are so obviously left out by design. So how does this, you may be thinking, what does that even mean? Go ahead.
So quick point, do you have access? Are you able to share your screen, or are you intending to share your screen? If you are intending,
no. I'm just going to talk
just
quickly.
wanted to check. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah,
sorry. I figured if I wrote something out, it would just have been a copy and paste of her book, and it would not have been fair. So I much rather just tell you guys about
That's
it.
fine.
Yeah.
Just check.
So yeah, totally. So you may be thinking, what does this mean when we talk about a gender neutral society? Oftentimes, we may not realize we mean male as the default. Even gender neutral words are read as male. It's like when we say mankind to mean both men and women, men being default. And when we speak of identity politics, it's always in the context of race and gender. But we forget being white and male is also race and gender too, but we speak as if it's default. So, when it's women talking about their race and gender, it immediately becomes, oh, it's just identity politics. So Criado Perez so succinctly states that men go without saying, women can't get said at all. People aren't born thinking that the male experience is universal, but somehow it ends up being the default universal view. And this is due to the gender data gap. Women aren't accounted for when we build and design things for everyone. We use data sets that are mostly male. Car design is geared towards men when most of the new cars being sold are bought by women. I mean, think about like something as significantly important as a seatbelt. It can mean life or death when you're not wearing one and end up in an accident. Yet cars are built using male crash test dummies, and most of the time, up until 2011, most places used it, and even after that, the 50th percentile of those groups are still using male crash test dummies. And it's just like, for me, I feel like the seatbelt's always somehow suffocating me as I'm driving. So it's like a daily reminder when I do. Criada Perez also backs up what I'm talking about by pointing out that men are more likely to be involved in car crashes. However, when women are involved in the crashes, they're 47% more likely to be seriously injured and 17% more likely to die. And it has all to do with how the car is designed. A male crash test dummy, male proportions wearing a seatbelt. This means their default test before they even give the go ahead to be bought by everyone. And by their sales data, they know it's going to be women too, but it's still designed with men in mind. So women's experiences, needs are often overlooked, misrepresented, resulting in detrimental outcomes. In medicine, it's often the average people we use in studies as a reference are Caucasian men from the ages of 25 to 35, about 154 pounds. The Mayo Clinic research suggests a possible link between BPA and increased blood pressure, type 2 diabetes, cardiovascular disease. But oftentimes we willfully ignore health data effects and all the things around it because it's framed in the context of women. Criada Perez talks about how we've known about BPA being terrible for women for a long, long time. It mimics estrogen since like the 1930s. They've known that. They've known it's a real carcinogen to pregnant women since the 1970s. But by the 1980s, we were still producing over like 1 billion pounds of plastic using BPA. And, now we talk about it as if like, oh no, make sure your water bottle is BPA free. But it's like, we've known about this for a long time. This affects all of us. When pregnant women are exposed to a chemical like that, they're giving birth to both genders, right? So it's still affecting everyone. But because it's in the context of women, they just get ignored. So this gender data gap is at play even when we have the data that backs up that something's unsafe. We frame it as harmful to women, even though pregnant women are going to deal with it. A researcher in the book also goes on to say if women's breast cancer rates in the plastics industry were documented and recognized, it would have a tremendous effect on the substances being allowed into the mainstream commerce. So, it's just every single time as a person who looks at it from a data perspective, reading it through, all I'm thinking about is all the ways in which little things around us are designed and who the default person it was made for. And it's always a sad reminder that it's not me, right? So as a woman of color, as a woman, like it's never with me in mind. So it's like, it's not that you can't reach something. It wasn't made for that woman's height, right? So in 2024 and beyond, the question becomes, just because we're finding the data, does that mean that they're automatically being applied to the algorithms we train for AI? I spoke about medical data before, and there are still huge gaps with the way we document data, yet we've already started to introduce AI into medicine. For example, something as simple as talking to a chatbot about your symptoms before you can schedule an appointment. And, what data is that chatbot being trained with to answer your very real medical questions? If a woman is reporting symptoms that does not line up with the data an algorithm was trained with regarding the female body, it can change the urgency at which the doctor is going to learn whether this patient needs to be seen or not. So these things can happen when there's not only a gender data gap, but when the default is being perceived as neutral when it's just really male. So this is why I take any data used to justify a bias with a grain of salt. It's like it goes back to who collected the data, what personal biases do they have? For example, in tech, starting in like the 80s and 90s, they started to market computers as a boys' game, a toy for children, but never to girls. And girls were being marketed easy bake ovens and toys that gear them towards domestic pursuits. And we now see such a huge gap within the world of computer programming. And in many cases, chalk it up to, oh, girls aren't interested in programming. And it's like, I've been coding on MySpace since I was 11. So that's not possible, right? So, and so many girls around me were too. So these data biases that we already have, we don't even realize, we chalk it up to that. And then what we realized that it was just marketed to one half of children. And it's not that these data biases do not just lay dormant in modern society. These are the same data sets that are being used by companies to cater their marketing algorithms until somebody points it out. So, it's like, we know it's wrong, it's right there, but we don't do anything about it until a new article comes out like, oh yeah, did you know that this toy is only in this color for girls and that toy is only in that color for boys? And we don't think of it as like a small thing or a big thing. We're like, oh, another way in which women were, left out or young girls were left out. But those young children end up becoming adults and they grow up with those biases. And that is what, how women end up becoming invisible by design. So we live in a world where we have failed to collect adequate data surrounding women, which leads to government policies that inevitably harm women by not including them in the first place. To quote the late Ruth Bader Ginsburg, women belong in all places where decisions are being made. It shouldn't be that the women are the exception. And unfortunately, all the data that this world in particular, our governments are based upon, have been mostly based on male centered data. The importance of collecting data and then creating policy is often obvious, but the crucial step that we miss, we as a society need to be more deliberate about when it comes to including data regarding women. And we can only close this gap by deliberately changing it. And, that's where I would say, like, especially at least from the US perspective, to hear every day that like another woman in a diversity and inclusion role is being let go, you think about what is going to happen to that company and the impact it's going to make. If we're talking about design and women are left out, and then we're like, oh no, I didn't know that affected women before. Someone like Sheryl Sandberg, who in her book Lean In talked about how until she was pregnant, she didn't realize how hard it was to get through the parking lot to her car, and that there should be some parking spots for women in the front who are pregnant. And it's like the guys, it's not that they deliberately made it that way. They just didn't think about it because pregnancy is not something that they deal with. And so this is what we're talking about when we say like invisible women. And in some cases, it's not about having women at your company for the sake of diversity, but it's also like in the case of cars, for your market share. What are you doing when you're hearing about, women are dying at higher rates in car crashes from the car manufacturer, and then you look at the crash test dummy and it's not made for a woman. So it's like, in a way, you can argue that no, we do need women in these positions and roles that they're actually being let go at right now, because it makes a difference for the company's viability. It makes a difference for like the future that we live in. So these are all a lot of the things that I got to like re-explore through this book. It's like, I'm sure all of us here think about these things all the time, but when you read it in book form, you're like, oh yeah, this, oh yeah, that. So it was just like a really great experience. I really wanted to talk about it today, kind of force you guys to become a little bit of my book club.
No, absolutely. No, I think one of the points you mentioned about how data that is there that went into then marketing, and then marketers started using the same data.
Yeah.
The next thing that's going to happen, or I'm pretty sure it's already happened, is that that data also gets fed into the AI training models, which then come up with results that are completely skewed and not counting for the base information that includes both genders, right?
Right.
So yes, it's prevalent. It's not just past. It's also the future systems that are already being affected. And I wonder if there are organizations that look at these biases, and I'm pretty sure there are, but it'll be interesting to find out more about what organizations do that, like finding biases for in AI for women-related data or misdata, right?
Yeah, and what I think is even more alarming is that a lot of places have the data. They just don't feel any incentive to do anything about it. So oftentimes because they don't see an interest, because most of those governing boards and governing societies are still predominantly men. So if everyone at the table doesn't really need it, they're like, all right, on to the next problem. Let's think of something else, because there's no woman there to advocate for us, right? So, and I don't ever, in the way I see it is like, I don't need guys at my table to think of them when I advocate for everyone as a society, right? But it's sad that we still are in a world that we still need women to physically be there, present when the data sets are being put in. Because if you're not, I think as Sudha has said to me before, if you're not in the room, you're not being put in the algorithm, right? So yeah, it's just like, it's tough
I
to
think
think
it
about.
happens. I mean, we've had this AI ethics panel earlier today, and some discussion on various different aspects of inclusion in various dimension. So I have this book here. Don't want to monopolize this panel of brilliant people, but I got excited to share this book that I'm reading. It is about how data is not inclusive of women data. They did not in research. They did not include women data. This is not about bias. This is how this goes back to in medical research. How did they not include women? And so when they're talking about diseases and stuff, the predictions are for all of us, but it's not us because it's not our data. And why it happened and how, what is the impact, what are the kind of lessons that we have from the human body, from the female body that they've left behind that could help humanity. That's kind of the dimension of this. I find that very fascinating. So anyway, I'm going to bring Deepika back. And so I'm going
No,
to.
absolutely.
No, I totally agree. Yeah.
No,
A lot of it
it's
wasn't.
almost
No, I was just gonna say a lot of it's not deliberate. It just is things that we have to fix. Now
Yeah.
that we see it.
there's one is systematic omission, then there's systematic ignorance.
Yeah. Yeah. Totally.
Systematic omission and systematic ignorance.
I'm gonna remember
That's
that.
my
I'm
key,
gonna use that.
that's my key
Yeah.
takeaway this afternoon.
Yeah, I'm gonna use that. That was right.
Um,
That's very insightful.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Devika. This was really, really amazing session. Thanks for bringing in. I learned some new statistics. I did not know about BPA being known so early. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming here and talking through these. Okay. So now we're going to go to Joanne. Hey, Joanne.
Hi there.
Hello. How are you doing? Thank you so much for being here. I'm going to quickly add you as a pin. Awesome. Thank you so much for being here, Joanne. So everyone, Joanne, I'm going to do a quick introduction. Joanne is a recovering rocket scientist. Very interesting way to put that. And an MIT alumni. She did study aeronautics at MIT, which is super impressive, by the way, Joanne. For the last 9 years, she has been part of the Non-Scriptum LLC, a 2-person creative partnership, and that's why she said it's half of it, in Pasadena, California, which teaches people how to use and effectively apply 3D printing. She is co-author of 12 books, most recently 3 books teaching geometry, trigonometry, and calculus, hands-on with mix of 3D prints, craft materials, and Lego bricks. All exciting topics. So today, Joanne is going to give us a brief overview of how her math work grew out of an attempt to make math more accessible for blind students and how universal design principles and effective use of consumer fabrication technologies can transform learning math. Thank you so much, Joanne. I am absolutely excited about your session in math. So let's see. If you are sharing, please go ahead and share your screen.
Okay, so thank you for that. I'm going to talk for just a second before I share my screen.
Oh, perfect.
So I'm kind of the upside down of the rest of you at some level because I guess I'm turning data into things. So probably a lot of you who have taught or have taken geometry have seen a piece of paper like this you put together to make a cube, and that's all well and good. But what you can do is if you instead create a 3D printed model that fills in the space inside, you can hand this to somebody, even a blind student, and say, what's the volume of a pyramid? And they can reason it out from that. So I wanted to do one of these dynamically before I showed static pictures because they work a lot better that way. And with that, but with this short talk, I don't want to get too carried away in trying to have a multimedia extravaganza.
Can you just show that on screen? I just want to do a screen grab. I'm going to put that on LinkedIn. I'm just taking notes, sharing this. This is amazing. Thank you.
Yeah, you should take the one which is closed too.
I'll have a slide of that that's a little bit clearer, but I was just being dynamic there. Okay, so let me go ahead and share my screen. All right. So everything that I talk about here is 50% or more. My partner, the two of us have had this company for 9 years. And we had some grant funding for visually impaired. This picture is taken at Los Angeles Maker Faire. And you'll notice that it's all little girls' hands clustered around us. Interestingly, girls really like our hands-on models disproportionately. And we've had little girls screaming, dragged away screaming, more math, when we do events. And so that's kind of what we're about. So here's some pictures of Rich. So we were a 3D printer company, I guess 10 years ago now. Rich designed some of the earliest consumer 3D printers. We had a company that Kickstarter funded company that sold one of the smaller printer that he's holding there. Unfortunately, a Chinese company copied it exactly and started selling it for less than our cost of parts. So that killed that company in that form, and we said, let's do training. And it turned out that a lot of schools wanted us to train them in doing 3D printing, but they didn't know what to do with the 3D printers. And so then we moved on to doing curriculum, and that's kind of the You Are Here. So those are our books in that pile over there. We are also working on a teacher's guide right now for the 3 math books, which will be out hopefully in the fall. Okay.
A quick question, Joanne. What levels are these books designed for, just from grade level?
Well, hold that thought, because
Okay.
it changes because of the way we're approaching this. So hold that thought, and I'll answer it in a roundabout way. So our philosophy is that you teach geometry first, as opposed to algebra, which changes the answer to that question. And applications. And then you're motivated to do all the algebra, because an awful lot of math is, here's a mathematical bunch of calculation you're going to churn through because you'll need it later, and that's ridiculous. So we want to go backwards a little bit. So we believe in universal design, which is the premise that if you make something accessible for people with disabilities, you often make it better for everyone. And so we have started developing models in a free program called OpenSCAD, which is a free open source constructive geometry program. You code models in 3D geometrical primitives, and I'll show an example of that. And oops, this is a slide that there's no second hour, don't worry. So this is what OpenSCAD looks like. And so interestingly, it is the only CAD program that can be used by people who are visually impaired, because it works with screen readers, because all the designs are text. So here you have a cube and a sphere that's been translated. And so, it's a really good way to teach geometry also, because you can teach all the transformations that you would teach, and people can, to simulator basically. So as I said, OpenSCAD is a text-only command line interface. And one of the projects we had was, what if blind people could make their own STEM models? And then out of that came the question of saying, well, is this a way to teach STEM differently to everyone? So we did start off with some 3D printed science projects. I'll show you a couple of models of those. Those 2 books are out. We're actually revising the first one right now. So the agave here and the camellia are the same OpenSCAD file with parameters changed. So the models are all open source. If any of you are interested, the repositories are all on GitHub and on our website. So you can do very powerful things. These are models. They're just a couple of pages of OpenSCAD that encapsulate some basic rules of plant growth, that plants lay out their biomaterials at the golden angle, that they tend to have a Fibonacci number's worth of petals. And you get very plausible looking plants you can reason about, and kids like making alien plants and stuff like that. We also, in that book, have a model of a World War II airfoil, and you can change a bunch of parameters. That's our non-scriptum Air Force, I say there. And the way they work is you put them on a postal scale and you blow a fan on them, they generate lift. And so you can study aeronautics with these little plastic models that will print on a small consumer printer. So you can do fairly sophisticated things that are quote unquote college level, but you can do them and motivate kids to learn math much younger. so people said, well, that's all fine, but can you do a whole math subject? Can you revise how we teach a particular math subject with 3D printable models and maybe also hands-on activities? And if you're familiar with Maker Faire worldwide, they have a publishing arm, Make Publishing, which is actually O'Reilly. So Dale Doherty, who's the CEO of Make, decided to take a chance on us and do this. It was a departure for them to do something like this. But to their surprise and delight, it's been very popular. The calculus book has been very popular in particular. And one of the things is we've taught calculus to kids as young as 9 years old because the concepts we teach with Lego bricks. So let's talk about that a little bit. So here are some models that we developed to teach about volume. So these were designed originally for blind kids, and they've been very popular with kids, period. There is a cone, a half sphere, and a cylinder, and there's a negative space that the positive space fits into. So you can see the positive spaces and then say, okay, these fit exactly in these. How many times would I have to fill the negative spaces to have the same amount in each one? And so they're in the ratio 1 to 2 to 3. They're also kind of useful for making money in bars because no adult remembers any of this stuff. And if you bet them how many goes in, nobody knows anymore. And so it's kind of fun. Not that I'd ever do such a thing, of course. We also have created some models of the unit circle, which if you don't remember the math is you graph you have an XY plane there, like the orange thing on the upper left. So there's an x-axis, a y-axis, and the z-axis is we're graphing, on the case of the orange one, let's see, what is that, sine 2x as you go around the plane. And so you can graph these things and show a graph, and then when you roll them out on Play-Doh, you get your sinusoids. And so, it's a way of having very tactile interaction with how you can go from a trigonometric concept to a physical model. We also recently added a LinkedIn Learning course for our calculus, which, as I said, starts with Legos. So these are our books, and I just wanted to give some contact information here. And then I was going to stop sharing in a minute. I'll give you a chance to take a screenshot of that if you want to, or whatever you need to do. And I was going to stop sharing and do calculus in 1 minute flat to wind up here. So it looks like I can spotlight myself. Yes, I can spotlight myself, so I'll be bigger. So you might say, how do you do calculus with Legos? So I'll give an example here. So here I have a graph with x squared, 0, 1, 4, 9, 16. So the difference between these two highest ones is 7. So I'm going to take that difference and put it between those two columns to show it's a difference. Difference between the next two is 5. So I'm going to put that between these two to show that. And then 3. And then 1. So my curve of the differences, which has the fancy name derivative, is a curve that's just 2x. And so if you remember your calculus, you'll know that the derivative of x squared is in fact 2x. And then if I say, suppose I wanted to add up the area under this curve, otherwise known as integrating it, well, I should get the original curve back, right? So from 0 to 1, that just works. I add up that, I get that. I add up that, I get that. And I add up that, I get that. And so it's a very intuitive way of showing the relationship among these things. And you can do it with little kids, and it motivates some fun stuff. And then we move on to 3D prints. So here is x squared. Here is 2x. And so we can talk about how you can move, go this way and go that way, and how the two integrating and taking a derivative are inverses. And what's really fun is if I have a sine wave, it's derivative is cosine, whose derivative is minus sine, whose derivative is minus cosine, and I go the other way to integrate. So these models are very powerful things to really be able to sit and play with and think about. And we have a lot of people who are calculus regretters, we call them. They're people who took calculus, didn't understand it, and now they regret that. And so we want all calculus regretters, and we want to introduce teaching calculus in what in the US we would call third grade, sort of 8, 9, 10 years old, because you can do these concepts like that, and then it motivates everything else. So that's kind of us here. And I'll take my spotlight off so I quit hogging it.
No, you can leave it on. It's okay because I mean, first of all, thank you so much. You can add one more person to the calculus regretters that I wish I would have something like this in order to learn. I think someone else also commented the same thing. I think we all are thinking the same thing, by the way. I think this is very, very innovative way of teaching and learning. And I just feel that if this becomes more accessible to more kids, irrespective of what backgrounds they come from, I think there will be a little more interest in math and more, and maybe some ways, different ways to push boundaries using math, right? It is at the core of most of the innovation. So thank you so much.
We try to make math boring. We almost try to make math boring, and it isn't. And it can be.
It is not. Yes, right.
So I put our website up there. Of course, I spelled it wrong the first time I typed it. So the second one is correct.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. This is very interesting. Thank you so much, Joanne. Do we have any questions, or everyone's still just like a little bit in awe?
Shell shocked. We are shell shocked.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure this is going to be the most popular one. So
this is amazing. This is amazing.
This is amazing. Thank you so much, Joanne. So quick question. So this is commercially available? Like if I go to Amazon, I would find it?
Sure. It's on Amazon. It's on the publisher's website is Makershed, but they're consumer books. They're available in ebook format, and if you're using a screen reader, the ebook on the Makershed comes in a special version that is screen reader accessible with the equations readable by a screen reader. And as far as we know, these are the only calculus and trigonometry books that are fully screen reader accessible.
Are you partnered with any 3D printer enthusiast in order to build and sell the models that are referenced in your book?
So the idea is you print them yourself. We have tried to get somebody interested in productizing it, but there are so many. The problem is there's like 70 models across the 3 books.
Oh, wow.
So it's a lot of models. So the real intent is that all schools have 3D printers. It's been an interesting effect that we've kind of saved some maker spaces, because some school maker spaces, the administration has said, why do we have these maker spaces? They have nothing to do with mainstream curriculum. And then they can wave our math books around and say, well, the kids can make these and they can really learn these topics in a very visceral way. So the intent is not so much that it's a toy that you get, the intent is that you go in and maybe change the models and make them your own, because you can go in and edit the OpenSCAD and learn more from them that way.
So the answer to my first question was that it basically depends. It ranges as to what grade levels are learning this.
Well, we just like to have it be much younger. I mean, technically, geometry is usually like 8th or 9th grade, and trig is a little bit older than that, and then calculus is an AP thing. But we'd really like to take some of that much lower, and then it motivates and gives you some background that works for the others. So our goal is to take all the math that's up here in high school and bring it down to elementary.
Yeah, I think if it's made so much fun, it would come down. Sudha, please.
No, I just shared Joanne's LinkedIn Learning course. I am so thankful that I met Joanne, because I have my AI courses on LinkedIn Learning, and just like, I was already feeling very humbled by the so many different people who were teaching so many different topics, and I followed up with Joanne, And when we do this IoT day, and I want all women speakers, I was not even thinking about this topic or that topic, because I'm in AI and tech, and I just tend to get more people like that. I was very intrigued by what Joanne was talking about, what she was building. I did not even know the full spectrum of it. So it was amazing. Thank you so much. I just added Joanne's course here, and then I've been tracking the whole different sessions and doing screen grabs and writing notes and on my LinkedIn as just one thread as I'm watching this live to see whether people have questions. So I'm going to take Joanne's course. I put the course, I put her book. I didn't put the Make Shed. I think we need to all get lessons from you and figure out, play with all the stuff that you're teaching us. So I'm going to start with the Make Calculus book and this assembling calculus course. And then I'm going to come back for more.
Awesome. Thank you so much,
Thank you.
Joanne. Appreciate your time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's
Okay.
brilliant.
I don't know how I'm going to top that, but I had a very quick topic, Sudha, that I was, because we've been talking, and so I was going to take a few minutes. How are you doing time? Can I go? I have a very...
Yeah, it's fine. So the way we have it is, we have couple recorded. We have one more session because Alejandra was doing the panel, and she has her own session that I have to give her 20 minutes. And then I was going to, look at all the recordings that we didn't show and just wrap it up with Roxy. So we have, it's 3:50, so you have another 15 minutes.
Oh, that's more than enough. I was planning like a 10-minute session.
10 minutes is okay. Thank you.
Really quick. I was thinking about what topics to do. I think I have done some technical topics in the past, and I'm a product manager. Data is extremely critical in our field. Being able to analyze data, different types of data, and there are different methods of looking at data, right? And so there is one concept in data analysis, or statistics actually, it's pretty old, called triangulation of data. It really amazes me, that concept, as simply as it is put, but it is applicable so much in literally everyday data decision making. So I decided, why not talk about that today? And it's a very quick concept that really is so core to all of our decision making. We don't really think about it as much, and we do think. I mean, we do it. We do think of validating what we are doing, but there is no methodical approach to it. What I wanted to do was just share this concept, and just simplify it as much as possible so that we can actually apply it into our day-to-day lives, right? So my topic is triangulation of data and decisions, or decision making, if you will. So I'm going to do a quick, just a quick intro. Decisions. What is decisions? Talk about the triangulation, and just quick final takeaways. We make decisions literally every minute of the day. Some of them are conscious decisions. Some of them are subconscious decisions. Whether it's at work, whether it's in life, whether it's just personal, like am I going to go to the gym today? Or what courses do I take? Or how do I approach my career? Or how do I convince my boss about a specific topic or a specific thing that I'm thinking about? There are so many decisions that we take in day-to-day life. And then, of course, there are actual methodical decisions that we have to take in our jobs. So all of the decisions, whether subconscious or conscious, is based off of data, whether it is something that you've sat down, collected in an Excel sheet, or it's not, right? Or it's just something that you have in your head and you have collected over time, and which is affecting your decision making. What affects our decision making, right? You have so many types of cognitive biases. I mean, if you look up cognitive biases, it'll give you a list of at least 15 biases, and you would agree on each one of them. As much as we don't want to agree, we agree on each one of them. The type of information that is available absolutely affects our decision making. Sometimes, not like I said, everything that we talk about, or every decision we make is not in an Excel sheet with numbers, but it is based off of some information that is available to us at that point in time, and of what we remember. the criticality of issue at hand. We don't spend enough time on each decision, right? Some decisions take a long time. We think about it for days, months, weeks. Some are really quick, whether they are, and it purely is based on what we think is the criticality at that specific time. The next is on influence. Like, there are some topics in which I would be absolutely influenced by my mom. I would say, if my mom says this, I am doing this, no thinking again. And similarly, we have it again, conscious, this is a very conscious influence versus a subconscious influence, right? We have friends who subconsciously influence us. We have peers who subconsciously influence us. So all of this does go into the same decision-making process, whether we do it knowingly or not. And of course, the biggest one is the confirmation bias. I pulled that out of the cognitive biases because I feel we all like to believe this is the right thing, right? So I'll quickly go on to triangulation now. I think if you just go by the definition of what triangulation means, in essence, it's technically means basically being able to join the three dots, if you will. That's what it literally means in the most technical way possible. But in terms of data, it basically means being able to use multiple methodical approaches to confirm a specific conclusion. We are confirming a conclusion, not making a conclusion, but confirming a conclusion. And why would we do this? Why do we want to do triangulation, right? You want to be able to find inconsistency in data. We all know, right? Whether it is qualitative data, quantitative data, there are going to be inconsistencies. There are going to be things that are not relevant for a specific decision, even though if it is similar, it falls within the boundaries of the decision that we're making or the topic we're making. Causation is not correlation, right? The other way around. The next is to find weakness and hypothesis. We all love to say this is the right thing to do, but there has to be a way to figure out, is this the right hypothesis? Is this what I'm chasing the right thing to do? The next is to confirm the validity of our sources. You can use triangulation to figure out whether something has been accurate all the time versus not. And then next is the reliability. You can always say, if I give this reliability in a model or in a technical terms means, given the same input, will I get the same output all the time, irrespective of the time of the day, irrespective of the situation, or if there is certain variables controlling it, what are those variables controlling it, and then is it still reliable? So the goal of triangulation again is to find whether something is reliable or not. So I'm going to now talk about I pulled out like 2-3 methods basically, which I think are something that we can follow in our day-to-day life, both professionally and personally, in order to be able to triangulate to confirm a specific conclusion that we're driving. The first thing is null hypothesis versus alternate. Anyone who's done statistics knows this. Null hypothesis means basically there is no relationship. Something happens and we say, what's happening? No, nothing. Just being able to frame a statement in that part saying that there is no relationship between the two. That's not. Alternate is what we want, right? There is a relationship. And that's what we're trying to find. And then you go ahead, once you have even just formed it in both the senses, and then trying to go back and say, okay, let's find data to prove each, just helps you say, okay, is my hypothesis correct? And then helps you find out in a much more structured way, come to a conclusion saying, okay, I'm testing for a specific hypothesis. The next is multiple data sources. This is we all do this. We all try to find, hey, are there multiple sources for the same information? We all go and try to look at different social media platforms to confirm if something has happened, right? If there's an interesting news, a spicy news that come, we all want to go to different social media platforms to do it. So we do that. But I think being able to say that, hey, is just some quick checks to say, hey, is there a credibility to the source? How many number of sources am I procuring this information from? Quantitative versus qualitative, and also being able to test the validity between the cohorts. So, for example, for qualitative, they would test within a specific cohort whether there is relevance for a specific data sources. You would see this relevance part in a lot of surveys. If you have taken the INTJ or personality test, they give you like 70 questions, and when you're answering like maybe the 15th question, you feel, wait a second, I think I answered this question as this was there as like the 5th question. They are trying to basically null out your biases just by asking the same question in multiple different ways. Variety in measurements. I think every time, and this happens with me, whenever we have a situation it is urgent, and it is the most important thing, and there would be the worst possible output would be the outcome is the most probable outcome in our heads. And this is pretty common for whether we are doing it personally, whether we are doing it professionally, and in professional decision making, this is absolutely true. These biases do come in. But being able to just look at all of the information and trying to categorize it in a certain way, but just saying that is it just good or bad, or is there a middle rating that we can give? Is there a range of probabilities that could happen? Is it just 1 or 0 situation or not? Just being able to just say that, just being able to classify that information, even if it's just one data point, just helps with thinking. So those are the 3 methods I wanted to just quickly talk about, was the null hypothesis versus just being able to write it out in a form that we do not like, right? And then collecting data. Then, of course, multiple data sources, and then different scales of measurements. Where can I use this information or these methods? I think I have tried I use it, of course, in my professional work, whether it's just doing a project or it's for leadership buy-in. But I also use it a lot. I've started to learn to use it in my personal decision making or even interpersonal decision making. I think just making it a way of life is something that I haven't achieved, but I'm intended to do, and I just wanted to share this. I found this quote when I was preparing for this, and I actually kind of brought together what I was trying to get through with this presentation, is that it is kind of a state of mind, right? If you are able, it does require some creativity, but it is a state of mind. It's something that we have to practice in order to be able to be good at specific decision making. And so yeah, that's triangulation. And thank you so much, Sudha, for this. But I just wanted to share this interesting method that I try to use in my day-to-day life.
That's amazing. Thank you so much, Neha. I want to actually tie this back to the various topics on AI ethics that we've been talking about. I think Susanna's panel, I think Susanna mentioned this. She said the whole finance and legal and everything has been around for so long. And why is AI playing a catch-up game? And we assume in the AI ethics world, we assume that, oh, there is bias happens, right? And there are these different kinds of biases, but when in a practical setting, I have seen that when we work with engineers and we say this data is biased, you should not be using this data, we get into this, let's think about this logically. This is like a very common phrase that you hear all the time. Let's think about this logically. And so this logic comes with a confirmation bias 99% of the time, because each person who are talking about this on either side have a certain assumption in their head. And then they're going to bring data to kind of prove causally whatever they're saying is what is the truth. And there is no, and sometimes there is a truth. It is just not your truth is not the same as my truth. right? So so thank you for this. It was wonderful.
I just wanted to like close the data segment with something, one of the statistical tools that we use for data.
Yeah. And I love the idea that you said you have to use this in personal decision making and interpersonal decision making. So I'm going to take that lesson and see how I can apply that. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Well, thank you
Okay.
everyone from the data segment. Thank you for joining, and thank you for
Yes.
sharing all of the information.
Yeah, and thank you, Sneha, because when we put this together, we want interesting topics and we want brilliant women and we want to create role models, right? And we want to get as much diversity, not just diversity of regions and race, but different people. We are all different people. We cannot bucket us together and say women and then put them together, right? So that was my motivation in the selection of who we were inviting or who we were asking to be nominated, or the speaker series today. So I'm very, very pleased with everything I've seen so far. And when I told you that this is like, we had the AI ethics panel, and Susanna knew what she was doing because she had invited a bunch of AI ethicists. Frinzi had a bunch of engineers from Canada, and she said women in AI, right? And so, and similarly, Yash had this Gen AI, and they were all Gen AI people on various angles of it, right? And so with you, I had said it's a segment, and you were like, what is a segment? So I'm glad your segment rocked. Your segment totally rocked.
Awesome. Awesome. Well, we had some really brilliant women doing it.
Yes, awesome. Thank you so
Awesome.
much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sudha.
Yes. Is Alejandra here? Because I think you didn't get to present your segment. I want to learn from you.
Okay.
Let me see if I can bring you back here. So I've been singing your praise because I did that in my Sudha live and last time. And then I did a live stream somewhere, and I was giving you as an example of how you brought the connection between, learned legal and then brought psychology and then learned UX and put that together. But I want you to teach us something. Teach us about this whole UX. What is your topic called?
Like, I put this title that UX design for who we are designing for, because as a lawyer and psychologist and master in UX, a lot of times on my projects, I ask to myself for who I'm designing. I have to say that most of my clients are companies or the government, and they want to improve the experience of their products, but they always have this, they go one step forward and then they go backwards because they are afraid of the regulators. So we were talking in the previous panel about regulations, about governance. I think that was like mind-blowing, because as UX designers or as people that works on tech, it's not an everyday thing to be exposed to law things, to regulation information. So
you said something about don't earlier in the day, when you were talking, you said don't design for users, design for humans, for everybody, right? Is this where you're going with that? This is not user research, right? You're not just talking about.
No, it's not user research, and it's not just about design for humans, but at the same time, I think this is more like an open perspective. I think when we think in design a product, we need to know that there are stakeholders, that there are companies, but at the same time there are governments and there are users. So there's a lot of a global perspective that we need to know. In my master class, I used to talk with all the teachers. Did you realize that there was this problem with a company in Peru because they broke a law? And most of them, they didn't even know, because of course they are designers, they are great designers, they are great product owners, but talk about law, talk about the implications of regulation while building a product is a thing that we keep at the end, but we must keep since the beginning. But
Yes.
beyond that, every day when I think about my job, I always say like, for who we are designing. As I was telling you, my clients, they always want to be innovative. They want to change the rules of law. They want to be close to the user. There are persons. But then the regulation came and they are like, okay, we have to go back. So I'm bringing some examples. The regulators provide us with regulatory standards to communicate to our citizens their rights and duties. That's the context.
Okay.
And in that context, companies, products, everything goes. I remember one teacher telling me that that the users are not the one that make the decision about our products, are the company owners. And I said, no. It's not even the company owners, are the standards, the regulatory standards, where the framework where your product is built. The regulatory standards in the US is very different in Europe about personal data. We were talking about that last week. So it is important to know what are your standards. But beyond that, I think this panel is more about these standards, how they are pushing us to be innovative, or how they are holding us back. For example, here I have in the left, this is like a privacy policy on Peru. This is suggested by the Authority of Data Policy in Peru. So what do we have here? Theoretical information with technical language. Lot of text. We know that we have a cognitive overload and we cannot process all this information. We cannot. So when the regulator gives this example, all the company do what the regulator says. We need to copy paste this. But if we go further than what the regulator says about policy in this example in specific, then we have to think like, but this is helping to the user to understand their rights. This bunch of texts are helping them or not. I remember that I did it's like not like a master, but a specialization class about information design, and was with a lawyer. And when I was talking with her about this situation, like how this is helping to the user to understand their rights, she told me like what she was believing in that time, that the user, what the user needs to know, the question to design a product, to apply this behavioral legal design, is to ask to the user what they need to know. They need to know, for example, who is holding their data at the beginning, or they need to know at first shot what data are getting storage, what's happening with the data. And then after, we can talk about who is the one that is holding their data. But the first thing that as a user we need to know to understand our rights, it's to know like what is happening with my data. So I have another example here of a credit card contract. I don't know if you have ever read your credit card, probably never. Your credit card contract, probably never. But most of the banks, they have a lot of standards that they have to achieve. And what they do is copy paste the norm. But what happens if we change this and we think about what the user wants, what they need? What happens if, from this behavioral legal design perspective, we make the information clear? We were talking in the previous panel about the importance to have the users and the tech people involved in politics, but they are not understanding what's happening there. So I think it is important for the regulators to promote this creative space where they can be flexible about their standards, but at the same time clear. And I'm not talking that clear because most of the lawyers think that clear is this, giving a lot of information, but it's not that. I'm talking about clear, about this, like use information design to put information that is important at the beginning. I'm talking about talk with the users to understand what they are needing. For example, this, no, or sometimes when we think in law, we think in documents, and yes, that document it's a product. The difference most of the time is that the product is not digital, but it's not because it's not digital we cannot use a strategic front design to improve how to read it, or what are the call to action from that document, what are my duties, what are my rights. So that was my small talk. I think it gives you some clarity about what is legal design, why it is important to make information clear to everyone, and I think the most important thing is to learn this balance between the regular standards and the user needs. And as designers, we always have to ask for who we are designing. And if we are designing for the users, be bold and go to the government and say, like, I'm doing this because this is the best way to help the user to understand their rights. And
so we had spoken about behavioral legal design. Didn't mean to interrupt you. So finish your point.
No. Just the only thing is I want to end is like, in one hand, we need to go to the government as techs, as users, as company owners. And in the other hand, I think it is important that the government has this tech perspective in the regulatory sector. For example, in Peru, they have INDECOPI. INDECOPI is the Institute for the Protection of Customer. And they have economists and lawyers processing their cases, but they are not having any user designer. So how they know that the approach they are having for those kind of cases is the right one, or is just like a limit one because they are not experts? So I think I just want to finish with this. In one hand, we have to go to make politics as user, as company owners, and in the other hand, the importance to the government to open the doors to experts in tech to be more closer to the point, that is, take care of the human rights, take care of the citizens' rights.
That's amazing. You had spoken to me about legal behavioral design, and I think I'm getting a sense of what that is. I'm just trying to bring you back. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to remove you from the screen. So I'm getting a sense of what that is from this particular presentation. And you started out saying, your whole motivation is to democratize information, or you said something like give control to the user, right?
Yes.
Because all product managers, they say we are the CEO of the customer, and deal with customer empathy is what all UX design is. But we never think of legal documents like that. So when I'm getting cookie and permission, and that is one. But you also made an interesting point this round, saying when there are regulators. So today we had sessions on AI ethics, we had sessions on AI governance, and there are several bodies, several people who are sitting and doing this, trying to demystify this for the government and say what kind of factors are important. And Paula did a very nice thing comparing across regulation that's available in 80 different countries, right? But you're saying that you need people who are very customer-centric, user-centric, UX designers to have a seat at the table. I've never heard anybody else say this till now. So
Yes, I have an article in Spanish, but I'm going to translate it for you about that, the importance to have like experts in user-centric design in government to make decisions.
That's amazing, because one of the research papers that I had published. So I have this framework called AIX, which is about designing, and I've taught that in your class, right, in Barcelona Technology School, about designing artificial intelligence. And with AI, it is trained by data and done by engineers or data scientists. And then there is this conversation of engineers should not build this alone. We need the business users in. So we had earlier panel discussion on how they do that. But my research was, I want UX designers to be involved. So when the AI gives out some answers, whether it is because it needs to improve the AI model, or is it because the user is pushing back? The user did not like the response. How do you separate that out? And if you have UX designers involved throughout the AI life cycle, was kind of my hypothesis and research. So this is very thought-provoking. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And you've been such a force in actually bringing very different perspective, different set of users to our session today. Roxy is here, and we are at 4:20. We've been going on since 10 o'clock with our live stream. So we are going to get ready to wrap up our session. So I want to bring Roxy here, and Alejandra, don't go away because I need you here. Roxy, so one of the sessions we had was about do you want to tell about your panel, Alejandra? I don't want to talk for you.
So if I go for about my panel?
Yes, just say what your panel was about.
Sorry,
Roxy missed it.
Okay, so first, the first panel that I've been live on Zoom was about Latin woman in AI human-centric design. We have Paola Galvez. She is like an expert. She has a master in politics in Oxford. And in the other hand, we have Juliana Paredes, that she is an expert in regulation. And she was talking about all this public thing, and it was, I think, was amazing. And in the other hand, we had some records that they are available on YouTube. If I might,
can we show that? Yeah, can we show that? So Roxy, what we did is yesterday from last night, because we promised 24 hours, right? So we had a whole set of sessions. There was an African segment, and then there was a Latin America segment, and then some, I think there was some recording from India, and then, it became morning for us already. And then there were some US segments from not California, right? We are kind of closer to the last time zone. So do you want to tell us who those other women were? Because, Alejandra has been our Latin America ambassador. I'm so grateful. When I thought about it, I did not even know enough to what to expect. So it's amazing. So tell us what each of the sessions are, who those people are, and then we can give the URL for people to watch.
I'm just going to show you one of those now, and then I'm going to read the list. So we have here the record of Diana Hernandez. She's from Mexico, and she has this Institute of Behavioral Design. And she was talking about how behavioral design can improve the experience of our clients and co-workers. And in the other hand, we had Daniela Spitia. She's a behavioral designer in B-Way. B-Way is one of the most biggest behavioral design consultants. It has grown very fast the last couple of years. We had, in the other hand, Valeria Dufo. She had a master in public policy in the university from Singapore. And we have Valeria Alba, and I'm very proud of Valeria Alba because she's my intern, and she's very young, but she's like an expert dealing with personal data things for companies and law. Like, she's an expert. She's very young and she knows how to deal with clients on a very high level. And finally, we have Militza Ceballos. She's a master in sport, in marketing for sport in the University of Liverpool, and she's from Peru also. And she made this.
Can I show the screen? I'm sorry. Is it all right if I show the screen?
You want to see the screens of everyone? Okay.
Yes.
To show you.
So do you want to go, tell me who I'm picking first?
Thank you. So that's Militza. She's the one that I was telling you from the university from Liverpool. If we go to the number 6.
This one? No, this.
The 6th one.
This one. Yeah.
Yes, she's Valeria Alba, the one I'm telling you. That is my intern, and she's like very smart. And I'm very, I think she inspires me a lot because she knows how to deal with pressure. Yeah. And in the other hand, she's a dancer. In the number 3, if you
let
go
me get
back,
the number.
in the number 3, we have Valeria Dufo. And as I told you, she is like she has a master in the National University of Singapore. And she was talking about social entrepreneurship. And she also has an initiative to take care of another woman. So she's very in that movement to create a solution, innovative solution for the safety of different women. And then we have Daniel Spitia, probably up a little bit or a little bit down. Yeah, right? The number 4. Yes. And then we have Daniel Spitia from B-Way.
And this is about sticky products, right?
Yes. I like, for people that are interested in cognitive bias and how improve in an ethic way the way they are connecting with their clients, I really recommend this talk and the talk of Diana, because that's the way how behavioral design it's applied.
Yes, awesome. So for those of you who are watching this, and we're going to come back, we have a playlist called IoT Women 2024 on our YouTube, and we will share this everywhere. And we have a bunch of presentations we did. Thank you so much, Alejandra. We also had one called Workplace Wellbeing and Positive Psychology. Let me show that. It's just for 2 minutes.
Everyone, my name is Madison Jaffe, and I'm a content producer at LinkedIn Learning. I'm also an expert on workplace well-being and positive psychology. So that's what I'm going to be talking about today. Did you know research by Donaldson and colleagues found that there are 9 main factors that predict your workplace well-being and success? Those factors are positive emotions, engagement, positive relationships, meaning, accomplishment, mindset, physical health, financial security, and positive environment. Now, I encourage you to write down these 9 factors and really reflect on how much of those factors are present in your work life. And from there, set goals to intentionally improve them. Do you experience positive emotions at work like gratitude or excitement? Do you feel engaged? Do you lose track of time because you're so engrossed in your work? How are your relationships with your colleagues? Can you trust each other and provide honest feedback? Do you feel like your work is meaningful in that it's allowing you to contribute to something greater than yourself? Do you feel accomplished? Do you feel like your work allows you to live a healthy life where you get enough sleep and exercise? Are you feeling like your work is providing you with financial security and that your basic needs are met and your additional goals for your life? Is your workplace a positive, safe environment where you can bring your true self and get a lot of work done? And finally, does your work allow you to have a positive mindset or beliefs about yourself and others? Take a moment to reflect on these factors and set goals so that you can intentionally improve the specific areas of your life where you can be happier and more successful. I promise you, you won't regret it.
Okay. So I want to show two more while we are on this. Roxy, is this all right? I want to have a conversation before we wrap up, but I want to show you two more that we have not yet seen because it came at night. This
Hello,
is
my name.
So I'm going to stop, come back. So we've had, so this last conversation from Madison Jaffe actually reminded me of what you said in the career panel, Roxy, where you said, be in a place where you can be yourself and speak up and express yourself. And if you feel stifled about it, then leave that place. That's not the right place for you. So it's a very interesting way of thinking about that in your workplace, which I thought was very good. So I want to thank Alejandra for her amazing this thing. She brought Latinx women who I want to go follow. And I also learned something about this whole UX design from a legal perspective that product managers can, also use, not just UX designers. So I appreciate that. So it's wonderful. So I'm going to send you back to the audience. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. So Roxy, this has been amazing. I want to show you two other women from the African segment very quickly, who they are, because we didn't get to see them live because of the time difference. And then I want to go back to what you are doing, where you're coming from, and innovation, and then wrap it up, right? Is that good? Okay.
Yes, sound good. Thanks.
Yes. So let me go back to share the screen. Where is this? So we had two women from the African segment. One is on low resource languages from Helena Nikatu, and she's from Ethiopia. She's actually at UC Berkeley, and she talked about human-centered design and the challenges of building what she called as low-resourced languages. Like there is a group called of terminology in this whole Gen AI world, LLM, called low-resource languages, as if it's a fault of the language. And so she wants to call it low-resourced languages. And she has, presented how we can actually, what are the challenges, how to work with that. And there's one particularly she was talking about. Let me see if I can get to that. Yes, this is where I want to go. Okay, it went on to the previous one. Sorry.
Hello, my name is Helena Hailunagatu, and today I'm going to talk about how we could use HCI to inform technological design for low-resource languages.
Specific.
Be VR research, it could be smart fabrics, it could be user interface and user experience design. So it's a very broad, multidisciplinary field. Now I will define what low-resource languages are. So some people like to call them low-resource languages. I like to call them low-resourced languages. They are languages that do not have sufficient available data, for example, to train large models. So the current trend in NLP, or deep learning more generally, is to collect more data, use more compute, and have bigger models with more parameters. I like to use this meme to explain this concept. If you, a machine learning system is you pour data into a big pile of linear algebra and collect the answers on the other side. And if the answers are wrong, you just stir the pile until they start to look right. And the problem with this for low resource languages particularly is that you do not have enough data to do that steering so that you can get the right answers at the end. So there are some alternatives that we see in the NLP world for this. Here's a paper from some folks at Berkeley as well as Google on how we could use human-centered design principles to improve machine translation systems. This is a screenshot of a company called Lisan AI that focused on collecting quality data for Amharic and Tigrinya to English translation, and actually built a translation system that performed better than the commercially available Google or Microsoft's translation system for these low-resource languages. We also see low-resource language research or the impact of lack of research in lower source languages per se, in terms of content moderation, where, for example, low performing automatic content moderation systems fail for languages that are not English or languages that are low resourced and result in direct downstream harm.
Okay, I'm going to pause this
Not
because
everything is dark. There are
yes, she gets to a very positive bend, but I'm going to get out of this sharing. You can watch that. This is the last one I want to show. I have been a fan of Ruth Naduta. I have seen her transformation of how she has taken AI, how she's contributing to her community, her country, and is now to a broader African diaspora. So 2 years back in 2021, no, 2 years back, 3 years back in 2021, Ruth Naduta came and talked to us about BERT, the model, right? BERT, which is like a precursor to GPT. And she actually, when I told her this is this thing called IoT Women and you can present anything, she says anything. And so she went on and did a very hands-on session on building with BERT, and it is here right in our YouTube. So I went back. I've been following Ruth, and she's working in for a company called Mandalay, and she is in Ghana. And so there is like a whole bunch of investment that is coming in, and how to instead of just thinking, okay, we are building startup, we are creating innovation, how do you measure the impact of that assessment using AI is her talk. So I want to pause here and not keep showing you the just recordings like that, but I just thought it was such a shift from like 2 years back, she was this engineer building this to, being part of the startup and ecosystem, and the same person, part of our community who's come and grown. So I wanted to cheer for her before we to wrap up our session. So let's talk about the day, and let's talk about innovation. What have you been up to?
Hi, Sudha. We are at the improv session as always.
Yes, and I'm so wired because
get me talking.
And I've been so wired all day because it's so, usually like in conferences, they have like a lesser session, not duller sessions, quieter sessions in the afternoon. Ours kind of picked up steam. So we started
Yes.
So we started the day with Gen AI panel with Yash. And then we had another bunch of data scientists, all hardcore building for enterprise and building models with Frenzy. And then we went on, we had Alejandra's panel, we had a career panel with me, you were there. We had this AI ethics panel. And by afternoon, we started the AI ethics panel. Then the data panel took a life of its own. I am going to go learn calculus with Joanne Horwath's book and LinkedIn Learning course. So it's just and Sneha Jadhav is quite a surprise all the time. She's like a brilliant product manager, and right. So she was saying, I want to say something about data, teach something about data. I haven't figured out what it is. I'm not just. She had done an IoT product manager session maybe 3 years back.
Yeah, I was
So
there.
I was like, you're responsible for this data segment, do whatever makes sense to you. So she taught us how to do real triangulation of data. Deepika is new. Deepika Sarkar is reading a book about how women data are not included in general research and in the world, and how that kind of sets a default in how we are experiencing the world. And so that started a lot of good discussion from her insight. She didn't want to just like read out from the book, but her thought process of what she went through, and from there. So that's where we were. And then we got Alejandra to come back, talk to us about legal behavioral design, because that's how she's done the career pivot. You were there at the panel. So you're coming from a very different place, right? I find that like it's not even like all of them are not even connected, but in my mind, as I'm sitting through the day, I'm seeing them connected. So I want to take a step back. So this is my summary to you of what happened in the day, but I want to kind of pause, take a step back. And you are in the real world, you are an innovator, and you are a leader of a very large company, and you love mentoring people, right? And then you've gone through this conference where they're just throwing more innovations at us. So tell us about what is happening in the world of innovation and how to make sense of that.
It's a very, very good question. I think the pace of innovation is just gone so much faster, but the constant is still the same. The human is the one to come up with the innovative, disruptive idea. The engine now behind the scene is ready to take on and catch up with the human now to really make thought, bring it to life, right? So I think the key thing that I notice nowadays is not about you are the scientist, your whole company have to have, everyone in the company have to learn LLM or whatever, but you learn how to choose the right LLM to use or choose the right tool to use so that you can make the most out of whatever invention out there. So our pace of like I said, innovation, it just gets much, much faster. And like the life cycle of, when you have an idea, back when I was started, if it take like 10 years to get somewhere, now you can have a group of 10 high performers that can bring something to life with 10 people. You can have one or two people that you can bring things to life, and that's many type of innovators out there that not limit by technology, but technology is empower them to actually move so much faster. I kind of want to bring the to our conversation a little bit of what we actually do, that at F5 specifically, something as simple as like ChatGPT came in out, right? Everyone want to use it. What big corporation trying to do, right? Many corporations did lock down and not let people to use it. At F5, we actually said, okay, by having our own ChatGPT, our team doing it, we launched the alpha very quickly within 2 months. We get to have the people meet where the people are because they're curious. You can't block smart people from using the tool that out there obviously good to use, not necessarily safe, right, at that time. But we meet people where they are. So your data, your prompt is within your control, right? Within your ring fence, right? So you then at the same time learn as you go how you integrate with that, and you can see what prompt you should or should not use. And every single group of people that use in a company can give you feedback internally. And then from that, you then can help people with ways to approve innovative AI related projects for subsequent innovation. So there are multiple things that great coming out of it. It doesn't have to be complicated, but hiring the right data scientist to help boost your project is the thing to do. But to think that everyone in the company have to be a prompt engineering or a data scientist, that's not the thing we want to look for. We want to have super user that can use AI and know what not to use AI for is the key. So I told people, I'm thinking of AI as just like water, right? You have bottled waters out there without labels. Are you going to drink it when somebody put the cup of water in front of you? Our job really at F5 is like protect security for everyone in the world out there. Our job is to tell people this is a good water to drink, this is not good water to drink, and you can trust what water to not drink, right? So I'm excited for what's gonna happen. I mean, there will be people that nervous and scared. For me, innovation, you have multiple kind of innovation. Open innovation, you mentioned people tell you so that you're very busy, you're doing a lot of things. Well, there are people that very smart are hungry to share what they think and want to try and create what they want to try to create. You gotta let people do that because it's on their own time. You can capture that. Oh, you're on mute. You can capture that, right? And then you can focus on things that you want to boost. And then you bring those things to life. But without the grassroots, hyper experienced and smart, have a place to bring their out, an outlet to bring their idea to life on their own time, is a mess in many large enterprise to not capture that. And sometimes people kind of forget there's a free part of it. It not you can't invest in that enough to get that free thing. And the thing is, there are many like thing that not tangible. You can't grab it, but it build a culture of innovation. I mentioned to people, open innovation, work or not is debatable, but it's a tool for us to evaluate whether or not a manager is innovative, a company is innovative, you as a person is innovative, right? Anyhow, we had a lot of fun.
In today's, especially with the whole Gen AI from when, ChatGPT, even before ChatGPT came, there was this GPT models, right?
Yeah.
But it was within the realm of the developers, right? And then it kind of picked up steam in the last year. And so one of the things I would say is I think people need room to just innovate almost like a blue sky, not just saying, okay, we have to figure this out, let us all come to the together and brainstorm kind of situation. That happens a lot. I know in my workspace, I've seen that, where a product manager would say, I'm thinking about this, and call a few people together, some engineers, from BU person, from designer. We'll just have our own thought process and critique it, and they might go somewhere with it, right? Or they might, I might in analytics, and they will say, can you get data for this? Or we would look at the data. So innovation could start from anywhere, right? We are looking at some data, right? But that is the free form innovation, right? It is not towards a specific goal, towards a specific project or something like that. And today's world, I think it has gone past that. So if companies, it's good if FI is doing that, but if you don't do that, people have access to open source. People go back at night and then they play with something and they say, oh, let me. So that is what is happening in the language AI, the low resource one that we saw from Helena.
Mm-hmm.
The LLM is built with English and 7 other languages. And then I'm actually trying to this is one of my pet projects, to figure out, when companies say we provide support for 65 languages, 58 languages, 47 languages, some random number. Even Zoom, while we are talking here, it will allow transcripts in so many number of languages. Google Translate, I think, has like 122 languages. ChatGPT supports 95 languages. Who makes up these numbers? What are these priorities? It's not a business person thinking these are the ones we need to support. We are going to not support because of whatever reason, right? How is that happening? I'm trying to kind of get a documented version of my research on that. But the language that you leave behind as people are using, then they go, why is ChatGPT not doing good when I talk to it in my language? Why is it understanding this other language? And then there's like a whole movement of people from around the world who are now using open source, and they've kind of built that out. There are engineers in there and there are anthropologists in there, right, who have come together. So do you think this is all new? This is our new way of operation of
I
innovation?
don't think it's new. Sorry, I'm interrupting you.
No, it's all right.
Is I think the way of working, the way the human want to help each other and being creative, because you don't know what you don't know, right? So for example, I would say, if you a funny story, right? So if you go into my house and I want to hide something from my husband, he's tall. I put it underneath because he's not gonna see it, because if you're not in that space, you might not ever see.
Hope he's not listening. Hope he's not watching this tonight.
So I'm just saying that, when you this is why people with well-grounded, I mean, have lots of field that they touch, they talk to many people. In the Vietnamese proverb, I don't know how to translate it, but a mile you walk, like you learn so much with that miles. It's like the more you travel, the more you talk to people in the corner of the world that you don't know that they're there. So it's not, I would say, the fault of the people that are trying to build something, they just don't know what they don't know. So it's the multiple way street. We all have to speak up and bring out this also, hey, I'm here, right? And find those that listen and want to do something about it. So when you build software, you want to make sure it's extendable, right? What kind of plugin others can bring into the table, because you're not going to be able to build everything. As a company, you have a budget, you have investor to answer to, you have so much. You can't say, okay, I need to do all of this at once. When you build a package of software, you start with feature ABC. You don't start with 100. You need to focus, and then you get feedback, you come back. So innovation is the same way. That's why you have POCs. And our people today mentioned about POC. POC is not good enough. You need to have conversation with customer. We have like 20 something customers. They give us information, we go back and build and expand.
So I was coming to that. So there is
Yeah.
one dimension of the engineers just saying, oh, we could build different models, and somebody saying, oh, it's not supporting my language or my kind of use case, and then building it. And then there are established innovation centers or innovation approaches where you say, this is possible, and what does this mean for cybersecurity? Now let's go talk to our existing customers. A lot of the cloud companies are doing that.
Yes.
Right? They would take whatever the latest new technologies, and then I saw that in the autonomous vehicle world when they were building up new tech, and they would go to their customers and they would say, what kind of use cases, and here's the tech. So they kind of do what startups do, try to find the market product fit, the basic MVP, but they do that because they have access to the customers, and they end up doing pilots.
Yeah, the thing I want to brought in a little bit from the angle of the enterprise, that a little bit give you a little bit advantage that sometimes companies forget. You have your current customer base, and that is there's more than anyone should have, right? With your POC, co-create with your current customer is way easier way to help each other thrive than startup. I'm from a startup world. It's harder to get a customer to say, I wanted to give you a chance to explore your new product in my enterprise. There are a lot of gates that you have to go through. So again, but the thing is, there's a pace of innovation in our company. There's an advantage of having a new product bring into the company from startup. The ecosystem that you build, so that any startup or any new idea, POC, that you just like you plant seed, you need to plant 1,000 seed. And what kind of seed are you planting will get you what you want later on. You can't plant corns and you expect to get a cedar tree, right? It's ridiculous to think that way. The thing is, corn take 1 year, cedar take 20 something years. So when we have innovation really at F5, we have subject matter expert in security for our hackathon, train our people that coach our people so that they think and know what the cybersecurity expert thinking about. And then our hackathon really shape. I give an example of the real hackathon we have. We call it Hack Fest. So it's like the six weeks that people use their own time after work with security expert coaching them to bring idea to life. It's a lot of fun, and it doesn't interrupt the entire company productivity and thing like that. Usually that the blocker for many to do. But anyway, there is M&A is important, right? Innovation can help with M&A. The other thing that I'm very proud of my team, we call it Central Accelerator, is I was in developers a long time ago. We tend to love our projects. So kind of like our baby, want to carry it on. The thing to do with innovation is really not attached to what you build, but use that to build the next piece better, right? That increase the pace and the impact of innovation. That's what we trying to do at F5.
That's amazing. So you came from a conference this morning. That's why we didn't have you.
Yes, Google Next.
Yes.
I went to Google Next. Yes.
So are you seeing the same kind of innovation that is in the Gen AI world? Is there something new? Or
there are
what was
lots. That I listened to the NVIDIA has their conference recently.
Yes,
and Google Next. The similarity, I'm gonna go to Microsoft Build when I came back, but they all have very similar what you call, I don't know what the word to use, but they all energy. Yeah, except like some have different energy than others. The thing is, the pace of bringing idea to life.
Yeah,
it's the vibe. I love that. The bring idea to life is so much faster than any other time in my lifetime. I mean, I'm gonna date it myself saying how long it is, but it's so many ways. But this way, the power of the computing, the accelerated computing, and the people And because technology become conversations with in the conversation when they talk to us more like human, people click and they do things so much faster. In e-commerce, I remember I helped Corbis build their e-commerce platform years ago. We have to do shopping basket. We have to manually figure out what the fastest path for me to ship a shipment to either FedEx or UPS or whatever, and how to split the package, with my computer science, what I learned in school, the shortest path and all those things, what the cheapest way to do it. Now it's everything like there, right? So whoever use Shopify, they just call the API, they just open the shop and they do everything happen behind the scene for them. So I used to build all the, engine behind credit card processing and order processing. All of that are now so amazing. One of the demo today, the lady load into a prompt, a video of three musicians, and she picked on the shirt of the keyboard player. She said, I want to get the shirt just like this. Can you find me some shirt like that through the video, right? And she was able to get recommendation for that very close to what she wanted. And then it's also tell her, okay, why don't you buy a boot too? And she was able to place the order and all that within 5 minutes. It is like
We
a
have
lot of
something like
work.
that. I saw just now, I saw Amazon because I know Google had this lens, right? You
Yeah.
can take a picture and then it can find everything else that looks like this.
Yeah. They
Yes.
call it I forgot the name. There's a name for that. I totally escaped my brain. The video, I just texted somebody I know during the conference. I said, this is very cool. Let me find that word real quick. Google Vids, that's what it is.
BITS.
BIDS. That's one of the services that you can use. But there's so many new things that everyone.
No, I thought even in Amazon the other day I saw that they had.
Oh, they have that.
They have like a lens, for image, not for video.
Yeah.
They have that you look at a picture that you say, I want to get an outfit like this, and then you go put it in there. And I think Google has that Google Lens for a while now, right? You can find.
Oh, that's Google Lens is different. This is the one they actually integrated with part of Vertex AI.
Oh.
Yeah,
okay.
behind the scene, the packet. But anyway, so this is partly one other thing I mentioned to many people is like in enterprise, you want the muscle to be able to replace what you use right now for your API for any AI stuff with the new thing. The speed that you can replace the old API with the AI tool that you use with the next will bring you to become the leader in whatever, e-commerce site you build versus next. So like instead of trying to build everything yourself, just test out, build something so it's good enough for you, use it as stepping stone to replace it with something better because their new AI enable product and services is created every single second nowadays, right? So if you think your team with 1 or 2 people are going to build something versus a company out there with 100 engineers building something exactly the same, you want to build it for now to make sure it works for you and then replace it later. I'm used gardening stuff. So at F5 we have a F5 greenhouse. The metaphor for that is like you have a garden, you have to create a ecosystem so that what you planted will thrive, right? So some plant you need to put it into the greenhouse. But after you get it to a certain size, you need to bring it outside. So if the outside ecosystem is not rich to support you, you're not going to have a strong tree, right? If you follow nowadays all the soil depleted nutrient, you can plant all you want. It's just like you're not going to get the same nutrient that you have. So
Running with
make
your
the
garden
soil
example.
rich.
You're
Making the
completely
soil
running with
rich
your garden.
is so much more important than trying to really plant all the seed. The thing, you got to select the best seed you can, right? You don't put 1,000 seed and then only 60% of them gonna be germinating, right? So anyway, the gardening really helped me think a lot about how to focus and make innovation work in technology and in everything I do.
Wow. Okay, I want to see whether anybody here has a question, because this we can just talk for hours, and
We talked to 5 already. We didn't even plan this.
we should wrap up, but I just want to see whether anybody has any question on this whole innovation topic. And I love how you have this clarity of thinking with the gardening metaphor, and what you're sowing, and cypress trees will take longer, and now you're like talking about the whole ecosystem and all that. So you're like, you're running with this whole gardening example.
Thanks,
Okay.
Nina.
Hey,
Yes.
hi, Roxy.
Great to see you.
Nice to see you too again. So I do have a quick question. Is that fine?
Yeah. Go for it.
Yeah. So, Roxy, I was just thinking, like, with the new advent of new technologies coming in, like you have AI, and suddenly like LLM starts showing up in all job descriptions. And I say, oh, you should have 5 years of experience with LLM. What I'm curious is that internally, what are companies thinking about training their people on either AI, LLMs? And second question is, what levels are they targeting? And organizationally, what kind of training are they thinking of internally giving folks to bring them up to speed?
Well, it's going to be a long conversation, but in short, we will have like 2 minutes for me to give you a 2-minute answer for you. I think one of the most important thing for organization is to really train people on the AI governance, AI ethic. Because without that part of the thing, why FI moving fast, because we actually bring in training for our the CISO office, the privacy office, and the governance team, so that they know what good look like, what they need to block and what not block, and what they can do to help us temporarily approve to move forward, right? So it's a muscle that the whole company need to feel comfortable with and train. So that training is required. And different group of people, you train different things, right? You can't train somebody that they don't need to code LLM. We hire people that, I mean, AI had been around, right? It's not new. It's not yesterday. So there are people that we hire that have been at Microsoft. I mean, and with Samsung, we hire them a senior architect for AI ML. They've been there, done that. They build those things. We bring them in-house, and they pair up with people that really have security expert experience. Together, they build something way better, right? So I treat every hire differently based on what we need. We in the innovations space, so we have the luxury to really explore and try. And the people we hire from my team, those senior AI and ML expert, I'm looking for the experience. I mean, they have more than 10 years experience in AI and stuff. They have PhD. But the thing I'm looking for is, do they have the ability to see and create something new, that unknown, right? They don't have to be in that field specifically, because we have expert in that field in-house. By collaboration, that can happen. But we do have people that have the networking cybersecurity skill and AI ML experience. And every company have their own hiring criteria and salary and benefit. You can't have 100% of what you're looking for, and sometimes the people just click with the team also. So I'm very flexible in hiring. I trust my expert. I have many tech fellow and distinguished engineer I get to work with every day. I have so much to learn from them. So I trust them when they're talking about technical screening, team screening, and things like that. But for those that are data scientists and AI type of folks, they continue to learn. And really, I think Alans, Sandra, she mentioned, right? You want to keep your skill. Actually, Francie, she was from the Women in AI early on.
Yeah.
You want to keep yourself up to date with whatever going on now, because you can't fall asleep for a month and think you see the same thing that you saw before. So for us, for hiring, at least for me and people on my team, is we continue to learn. And then as we learn, we looking for what better. You don't know. Again, we don't know what we don't know. What we know is like this much, and what we don't know about that much, the thing we don't know is huge. So we don't expect the person we hire know everything, but I want them to have the muscle to think what out there in the unknown, work with the unknown, and really have the ability to collaborate with others and learn from others so that they can bring their expertise together with other experts to create something huge.
So
I hope I
Yeah,
Yes.
I mean, so basically companies are focusing on collaboration. Like you said, yes, it's been full on, but there are few and far who actually know everything. So I think what your companies are basically relying on being the main collaboration aspect of then developing employees through collaboration is what I get.
I mean, with customer, you have to collaborate and work co-create with the customer, right? And over even in-house, you're not innovate on your own. You need to make something that work with the large products that we were selling, and it need to integrate with, for example, you have a SaaS platform, it need to work with that SaaS platform.
So I want to add one thing that I'm seeing, and I know we got Roxy late, but we were supposed to finish by 5. So I want to, wrap this up quickly. But people who have come here all day long, right? The speakers who have been presenting on various topics, the panelists, and the collaboration I saw among the panelists as they were preparing for their sessions, right? And then typically what happens is then a whole bunch of people are watching on live stream, and we put this out on YouTube, a whole bunch of people will wake up, and then this community wakes up again. One of the things I want to add, at least what I understood from what you said, Roxy, is Sneha, you summarized it as looking for collaborators, right? I think it's not just collaboration as in like this person has soft team skills or can organize and work with different kind of structured, unstructured people, right? That's collaboration. I think there is something more than that, right? Sneha, you have it. You're not wording that way, right? Because I think it is a different skill to be able to work on something that's moving, because technology is moving so fast. And one of the things people are asking, that I'm seeing in my world is there's a lot of excitement among engineers, a lot of excitement about model builders, a lot of people who are able to build on open source and take things outside and create a collaboration in open source, which is a different kind of collaboration, right? But then there are people who are customers, right? In your case, you have customers, they are lucky, you reach out to them, you work with them. But the average people out there on the business side are seeing there's this GPT. No, this new multimodal thing, GPT-4. Don't worry about GPT-4. And now we've got Mistral out there. Oh my God, it's open source. It's not open source anymore. And now you come up with Google and this new thing from Google, right? And so the place keeps shifting constantly. So I thought when Sneha was saying what kind of skills you're looking, how are you training people? Are you training them on fundamental LLM skills or AI skills or broader technical skills or something else, right? What I'm finding is the people in enterprise are questioning it. Even the panel, when Frenzy, somebody was talking, no, we are building proof of concept, but we're not using customer data. Customer data is dear to us. What happened to all the rag that we are hearing? They're talking about building it with outside data. And so there is a gap between what enterprise wants to build as application use cases that will generate value and ROI to what all the speed at which. So I'm finding a disconnect that looks like enterprise is playing it safe and saying, okay, we'll dip our toe, try this LLM thing, try this RAG thing, but not with our customer data. And where they are staying on at a slower pace. And then there are these technologists and technology companies who are like, we told you this yesterday, throw that away, we've got this new thing today. And so there seems to be a disconnect. And so Sneha, the person who collaborates is not just the collaborator, but who can innovate to make that bridge and say, I understand the pace at which things are moving. Is that right, Roxy? What do you
you're right on point, because it's not just collaborating, right? the one thing Google announced today is they allow Google search with your rounding data already. And many of the reason why F5 have F5 GPT built internally, because it is on, you can swap out different model if you want to, and also you can include your own grounding data as you need. So that is where, depend what pace, what stage your company is with the AI, journey, you will have more grounding data or not available for the data scientists. Some company have more disconnect of of the data scientists and AI expert than others. At F5 we have a lot closer, because we're moving, we're moving, I would say very fast, but we are moving forward, and we learn as we go, right? So we know what to do and what not to do, and we know what expectation to set is always tricky, because again, people gonna confuse between you're busy with all the POC versus POC that you focus on to bring it to life, right? So when people tell me they have lots of POC, fine, until you bring it to the customer and have a conversation with the customer, is still just ideas, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah, just one thing I would like to add, just from a product standpoint, the reason why it is a little slow enterprises are because they want to know, and even customers want to know, if this is a science project or we can make money on this. And I think that evaluation takes a little bit time longer.
Yeah, the 20 customer you have to talk to say whether or
Yeah.
not it's going to make money. I mean, you can do all research you want, but until somebody wants to give you a check for what you're building, it's going to be tough to negotiate.
So Roxy, looks like we have to bring you back. You didn't get enough of your time today, and you're just like,
I'm so sorry. I'm running on my own. But
Yeah,
this, Sudha, I want to kudos to everyone this time. The quality, the depth of the conversation is so amazing. Remember, many people, when they have event that year after year and year 5, many people can like, okay, I'm tired. No, this one just keep going up. The energy is like,
it is better. It is so much,
this
so much
time more. Yes. So I'm
Yes.
looking forward to the next one, whatever you do, so that I don't think your energy going down at all. It's just like triple now.
I actually love this. I was saying this earlier today. I find it so blessed. My students are so smart, and they still come find time to hang around with me, come back and do courses with me. So one of the questions that people are asking, like, I have this Gen AI courses I'm doing, and I'm planning one on like a 15-day learn Gen AI in 15 days by getting an email each day, just in 15 days, all the key topics, right? And then and some of the students who are here had said, we had done a live lab for machine learning like that. Said, get me a real customer scenario, get me a pretend customer who will talk to me, get me real data, and then show us how to build stuff, right? They don't want to build dumb chatbots. They want a chatbot that will integrate to RAG and talk to some integration system, but solve a real problem and ROI. So I think as long as I am surrounding myself with people smarter than me, that's my simple secret. I just learned something. Like you said, you don't know what you don't know, right? And I was like, oh, I'm taking notes on the new things that I don't know. And I try to stay in smarter rooms. So I feel very blessed. And I want to thank everybody. Ananya, Sneha here. Alejandra has to drop off. She's sitting here at 2 a.m. at morning. Thank you so much, Alejandra. She brought so much energy to this whole organization and everything. And then definitely we will do a review on all the chaotic things that went wrong and what we can fix for sure. I want to hear your perspective. I find that when people give me feedback, I find it very, it's a blessing that they care. Right. And then I can improve. So that's what we will review this to see what we did right and wrong, because we have scaled it suddenly. Right now we have a MailChimp for communication with everybody formally. We had like a nomination system where people nominated, and then we had like a communication stream and chats and stuff and subgroups and stuff. So I appreciate everybody coming together doing this. Thank you so much. And this is streamed on LinkedIn. So those of you who are seeing it, you can come back, watch it again. And it's two. So if you go to Business School of AI and LinkedIn, it's two different LinkedIn sessions. So the 4-hour stream. And then the YouTube that we showed you is also there. And I've been taking notes. My way of doing notes, I do screen grab and key snippets of wisdom I've captured on my LinkedIn, like my own notes, but you can see it on my feed. But we will get this video out also onto all the different channels, right? For those of you who signed up here and everybody who is on YouTube, this is streamed on YouTube also. So I remember the first time we did live, you and me, Roxy, we just sat, and I think it's like an 8-hour video.
Yeah, we woke up like 5 in the morning and we
just like, okay.
we have
And then I think we did the 9 o'clock. I think we started at 9 live. We kept on doing the
yeah, but
record.
we woke up so early and we had no plan for break. we
Yeah,
went
we
all the way to
didn't even
5
have a
p.m.
break. Yeah, I remember we didn't even keep we had like a short lunch break. I think I should do better than that. But I have this thing, like, people are coming from different time zone. If we give a big break, it's not fair for them, right? So that's what I was thinking, like people from Europe and Africa who are joining and all, it's just not fair. But we didn't even do a break. This time we had like very systematic panels, and we also tried to stick to time. I think one of the things I'm very proud of is we stuck to the promised time on the panels. I did bake in a lot of space in the afternoon, so that, when we kind of get energized by discussions and learning, there is like a lot more room for creativity. So, and the afternoon panels also like up their whole level. And Joanne is just mind blowing. So the whole 3D printing, learn calculus thing is just amazing. So I want to say thank you to people and wrap up. And Roxy, who has like come back at the end after like sitting in this Google conference. You also attended the NVIDIA conference. So she's like in Zen mode, taking in all the innovation and then telling us how to collaborate and innovate with each other and stuff. And Sneha, from what I know you of all these years, you already got it. As a product manager and how you operate, you already know to collaborate in a very innovative way to bring that innovation across from different people. You got it. I don't think you need any new lessons on that. So you're fine.
Yeah, no, I was just curious. I was curious how organization was approaching all of this new technology and all the workforce that does not know anything about like AI. So I was just curious as to what's going on. But thank you so much, Sudha.
I think we can chat some more, Sneha. We chat and it will be like an hour. We should talk about it maybe next.
Absolutely.
What does that?
I forgot to nominate my own sister. She actually do a lot of AI and she worked for a stock investment firm, right? And
yes,
bank.
I remember.
She's But next time.
Yes. And one of the things we are going to do is a lot of these women, we just give them so little time. And because of time zone or some, like Madison Jaffe did like a 2-minute recording, and it was like full of like 9 points. And she spoke so fast. It was so engaging. So I think we could bring some of these women for Weekly Wednesday, which we do every week. I think that's been going on for more than 5 years. I don't take a break from that except for Thanksgiving once and Christmas once. And it just goes on. So we can bring some of these sessions, and Roxy, maybe we can find time again with you some other time based on, catching you somewhere. Don't know. You're so busy.
Oh, maybe. Sudha, I had an AI session I can organize in San Jose with you, because my series have quite a few sponsors, so we can do an AI session there. That'd be cool.
That's awesome. I'm going to take you up on that, because immediately I think I'm going to take some rest from here, and then I have my promise to some of my students to give a Gen AI 15-day email course online. So it'll be like email. So I was just telling you about that. But I'm still on the lookout for what other things can we do that would bring them the connection between the enterprise, where the ROI is, business knowledge, what they want, where they have the money, and then all this amazing tech and the next model building that we can bring together. And how do you bridge that to make that connection happen? I still get a lot of ping from people asking me to come in, do closed room sessions and say, tell us how we can innovate within our domain, within our field. what is real. And they all ask me, what is the steady state of where this is going to end? Like, what is the steady state? I'm like, we are nowhere near steady state. We are just climbing. We are not going to reach a plateau, and we don't know whether we'll fall, but we are still climbing. And so there's no steady state. So prepare for a non-steady state. Like you said, right? You have to keep moving, and you have to do the next thing and iterate. So the person who iterates faster and changes to the next step, even without thinking, without too much investment, is the one who's going to win. Okay, so should we wrap up, Roxy? And do you have, from whatever you saw, you came in and saw bits and pieces, and we showed you like a summary of different sessions. Do you have some word of wisdom for people, and then we can wrap up with you?
I thought, like I think I shared with you early on, my words of wisdom is practically, I don't think is a words of wisdom. It's more like my appreciation of everyone that showing up and being there as the best and represent themselves, Lulu actually was one of the powerhouse that she shared so much. I took notes so much. The thing I think she said that really resonate with me is really you need to know yourself. One of the thing about having so many people try to give us feedback, those are gifts. The thing is, the muscle we need to build from my experience is to have many mentors, find yourself so that you know what feedback guidance really for you. This brings back to the gardener, right? The master gardener, when you go to the shop and you
What
buy
is with this gardener thing?
I'll
You're
tell
just
you this. The reason I'm telling you this, they're gonna say, take this seed home and see how it grow in your own garden. Because you cannot apply one person experience to the next play, because the ecosystem that you have in the company, when you want to have innovation sprout or not sprout, is the environment that you create for your own company. So you cannot create the Google innovation to your company and think that the way to go, or Microsoft or anything, because, and also a person that execute very well in one company doesn't mean they're going to do well in another company. The ecosystem have a lot to do with the result that come out of it. So our job is really, Sudha, you are building an ecosystem of very, very strong women. It's a role model for our future. And I so love you for what you do. And thank you everyone for all your hard work, making this possible. Number 5, amazing. Thank you.
Yes. So with that, we're going to wrap up. Thank you, everybody. And those of you who are on live stream, who are watching this, who are coming back watching, post some question. We've tagged the different speakers. And if you did not get into the invite, we had a link called bit.ly/IoT Women 24. And we'll still get your follow-ups with all the recording. And I have a thought process, which is only a thought right now. I want to synthesize some of these things, take some snippets of lessons, and then share that instead of this, here's the 4-hour, here's the other 4-hour. It's too overwhelming, because I do that with my classes. I just take nuggets on what people want to learn. I want it to be a transformation for you, right? So I'm going to try and do that. If somebody wants to volunteer, from those of you who are watching on LinkedIn or those of you who are here, if you want to volunteer, maybe Deepika did the book, and so she might want it. I just saw Pariya show up. We have to bring Pariya and say thank you to Pariya. This is nothing. We could not have done anything without you, Pariya. I've been saying thank you to Pariya many times today. So before I close that thought, I want you to volunteer. If you want to volunteer and say, I will take one segment of this session and I'll write up a blog about it, I'll give you all kinds of forums. You want to do a video, you want to do a summary, you want to write, I don't care. I want to share this with everybody else. So follow up with me if you want to do that. And welcome, Pariya. Thank you for this. When did you come in at this time? I
came in about like 40 minutes ago.
Oh my God.
It was amazing hearing both of you talk. I did come to see the streaming online throughout the day, but yeah, we had such an amazing lineup of speakers this year. So it was amazing to see the diversity, the new topics.
Yes.
I heard great things that, the schedule is really
That's amazing. That's amazing. Especially one of the things we ran into this time, two things that our learning was Pariya sent email. So we had a nomination. We said, okay, we are going to freeze the nomination. This is where our speakers are. And then Pariya sent emails to people, and then Google blocked it, thinking that she's sending too many emails, right? So there's some AI, right? And then we said, okay, now we'll do the MailChimp thing. So that caused some chaos because some people got left out, and then we had to kind of scramble. And then we had this constant change in the last week. After everything is done, I said, we've frozen the schedule. Sneha helped, and that's another thing. Thank you so much, Sneha, but I'm going to make a comment on that. So be a good sport. If you want, I can bring you here and not talk about you without you being present. So Sneha, I said, Sneha, you have to help me. Hi.
Sorry, my daughter is home from daycare now. So
okay. Do you want her to be on the camera? Is that okay for
no,
the
no,
recording?
no,
Yep.
no.
Okay. So one of the things I told Sneha we want to organize this. The way we put the schedule is it has to be like a 9 to 10, 10 to 5 or 9 to 5. We said 10 to 5. And within that, we want to do different panels and sessions on a topic, but we have to accommodate time zones. So Sneha is a product manager, right? But she thought like a pure engineer. And she said, everything that is because people nominate and say these are the topics they'll talk. So she said, this is all AI. This is all data. This is all soft skill, right? There were like 3 categories like that. And then within that, she said, okay, Sudha, how much time is each segment? I said, okay. Then she said, let's keep it in multiples of 20. So she called it A1, A2, A3, A4. And that's why all our segments are like individual segments are 20 minutes. And the whole overall panel is like multiples of like maybe we did 40, right? That's how we ended up doing. And then Pariya relentlessly made this creative of the whole schedule of the speaker image and everything else. And later, Alejandra was able to come in and do the UX for us to create more creatives. Otherwise, we were just going back to Pariya saying, add the speaker, drop the speaker, add this thing and move this person's schedule here, there. It was, and then I think Ananya came in and helped generally do project management. Like next year, you're going to not do this. Next year, you're going to do this. And so she was kind of like making sure that all the different communication with the panels and everything happened. So Pariya, do you want to introduce yourself officially? I've just been saying Pariya has been working with me. She's been program managing this, and this is her 3rd year with me, and she's a student, right? That's all I've said. Do you want to tell the world anything? And I also said you're soft-spoken, not soft-spoken, but strong person. So now take it away. Tell the world who you are. Tell us about this event.
I can just elaborate a bit on that. Thank you so much. So this is my 3rd year of working on IoT Women. So I've got to see all the speakers of the years. It's really been amazing. And I'm also a college student. I'm doing technology information management. Hopefully, I'm passionate about AI and technology, and hopefully can do something along the lines of product management in the future. And then also, you also may know me from doing NeurIPS with Sudha as well. So that's another project we also work on in the year.
Tell people what it is. Not everybody knows about NeurIPS and our role, what we are doing with Global South in AI.
Yeah, so basically, the Global South in AI, we bring speakers from all around the globe and to showcase different how they are working on LLMs around the globe. And this year, for example, we were working on generative AI. Is it how the implications in each person, in each researcher's country, and then because from around the globe in the Global South, they each have similar problems, have similar applications of generative AI. So we just brought that together at NeurIPS this year and last year, and yeah, and also I worked as a program chair with Susanna, Yash.
Yes. And then other thing that I keep saying that we need to bring many of these women back to weekly WED. So one of the other things that Pariya does is weekly WED. She manages the weekly WED, the Zoom link, and the communication and my newsletter that goes out every week. So suddenly I'm just realizing like Parya is like, I'm working with maybe 5 Paryas in here. She's not one of the, but I appreciate that. Thank you so much. This has been wonderful. And you have seen the progression, right? I think the first time you came in, you were like, wait a minute, we need to have one simple site. Can I just make the site and communicate? So this is amazing. So we will follow up and tell us a little bit about that soft spoken, not and soft spoken but strong. What do you think about that? I want that to be our tagline for what we are going to do going forward with IoT women. Did you get to see the career panel at all?
No, I have to go back and watch now because I probably had class there's multiple times in the day. But yeah, last year that was like a lot of our theme was soft spoken but strong personality. And just a lot of people just this echoed in our conversations last IoT Women that basically, you know, how we have to you know, speak up and share. I mean, that's kind of the main moral of, or not moral of the idea of IoT Women and women empowerment. So yeah, that's
Yeah. And I want to add one thing. I just had started this because I felt like there were not enough women. And I just thought, you know, we are creating opportunity for more women to present. But in this experience of signing up women, I've enlisted a bunch of my friends, guys who respect women and who have just been normal, right? Like I have amazing colleagues who we just work with them. And they've all said, oh, I have this one woman who would be in my field. I'm going to check whether they want to maybe not be speaking here. And I'll go nominate some people. There were some guys who nominated a bunch of people, and those women didn't come. And so we thought initially maybe it is not communication about what we are, how big we are, how we organize, and we made that clean, right, with our website. I find that there is, you know, either women have taken up too much of the workload in terms of their families and everything else, so they are not having enough time to do other things. And so I did not want to just get the women who are already visible, who are speakers, and then give them another opportunity. We wanted to find people who had never spoken before. This was their first time, so that they would kind of exercise that muscle and get to know it. So we are kind of pushing our own goals. And so for all the women who did not accept this and said, I cannot give you a recording so quickly, some people judge themselves when they do the recording. And then they say, oh, this is not good enough and can't do this. And kudos to Ananya. We had one woman who was very busy, wanted to give a recording. She's smart. She can just do a recording, but it happened to be Easter that weekend. And so she could not give it. And she came back on Monday and said, did I miss the deadline? And I'm busy. And Ananya said, nope. I will do a Zoom call with you and I will record you. So Ananya is like a woman of action. So then I had to tell Parya, we are not going to tell everybody who missed the deadline that now we'll do Zoom calls with them. I just don't think that's scalable.
Used to do that, Sudha, and that was so painful. Remember? We did it on a Zoom call.
Yes, we did do that. And I think last 2 years back, Susanna did a bunch of Zoom call recording.
Yeah.
And brought in a whole bunch of women in her own methodical way. I loved it. She brought new women, interviewed them, scheduled, brought the whole thing, and then we got the whole recording. And that was amazing. And there were some women who would say,
interviewer for sure.
Yeah, she was amazing. Yeah. And there were some women who did the interview and did the recording. They felt very comfortable that the recording existed. And then they said, I will show up live. I can speak to that, but I don't want to be talking live, right? And so there are a lot of different other skills that comes into play. So those people who were not able to accept this or show up and continue on, I think you had your reasons, but I also think we made them realize they were special. They were important enough for us to invite them into this global stage. And I do hope they don't have regrets and they can come talk to us next year. Right? That's my take. Is there any lesson that you have, Parya? I'm putting you on the spot from yours third year and our total fifth year, right, of IoT Women. And it is 5th year. We keep saying 5th year. I think I started doing this with men and women before, so the numbers got kind of messed up. But I think as IoT women, we started out only with women. Only it's year 5. And we finished. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I think, yeah, to just add on what you said, like even we had a similar problem with women's planning where some women didn't want to show themselves on camera, or they were too like soft spoken, as the theme is. But I think the idea of this is just to create a community, like a welcoming space for where people feel that, even if they're not the best at or in their image, which, as like I think we've learned, like some women won't praise themselves as much. So it'll give them just a welcoming space to talk where everybody's listening and adding on. And then we have the teachable community too. So hopefully that can grow, and we can just have more of a
so
too.
yeah. So thank you for mentioning the teachable community. So Roxy, this Business School of AI, we have it as on Teachable is where I host my courses. So businessschoolofai.teachable.com is my space where weekly Wednesday, this IoT day, everything is hosted, right? There. So Ananya and Parya have created a community there, like a community. They have a community feature. So we have people who are part of Weekly Wednesday who can come and talk. I realize people are talking to me and then I'm making connection. They should be talking to each other, and they end up talking to each other and working with each other. And so we are trying to build that so they can talk to each other. So I think I would define this as a success for me personally when I can become invisible and everybody just is like working with each other and collaborating with each other. So what we are going to do is we have created a IoT day area also on the community on Business School of AI. And so we will invite everybody here who has participated in any form to come, and they can get access to the recordings and talk to each other. And there were some ideas, right? Olu was talking about creating some collaboration with Paula or somebody from the Latinx panel. And so, something might come out of it. I know a lot of people who do research projects, and especially if somebody is watching this and they're thinking, I came here to learn AI and Gen AI, and I learned interesting topics. One of the things that people feel stuck is they feel like they have not done a project. They don't have the confidence themselves that they've done something more hands-on. And so I find that we do, research papers together, and we kind of play with some new tech and say, let's try this. Can this really do this? And, and we have ideas and we kind of collaborate with each other. And so we could do that in our community. And I'm going towards that live lab class later in summer. So we'll see. So thank you for bringing that up. We should put that out maybe when we send a follow-up to people on the email as to how to join the community and follow up. With that, we should wrap up. Thank you, everybody. And thank you, Roxy, for being a rock on this. And thank you, Parya. So let's take a picture, the three of us. Okay. Okay. Done. Awesome. So with that, I'm going to stop the live stream. And thank you, everybody who's been on the live stream. I'm just checking whether there is any burning question somebody's asking and I'm ignoring them. I hope I'm not. Okay. And I will come and check on the live stream. So as you're watching this, if you had some burning question and you're asking about any of the presenters, especially we had very global presenters, knowing their right spelling and calling and who they are and connecting with them is important. Otherwise, it might be a lifetime opportunity you might miss just because you could not connect with that person. I have regrets of who was that person who spoke about this and then that conference and things like that. So I'll tag people, but post your question, ask me stuff, and we'll make sure that we continue this conversation and learning. With that, I'm going to wrap up. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Roxy. Thank you.